All right, thank
Um,
you.
and then last thing here, as I'm going ahead and getting a position, you all happen to find a couple of magic items at the end of the last session. Is that not the case?
Yeah, I think we gave them
Yes.
all to Professor, right?
To
Professor
identify.
Nanovarth? Yeah.
Oh, excellent. And Professor, we had our little chat, and so you've got all the components you need for doing identify spells, right?
I did not put it in my inventory, but
You
that's
are
good for you.
officially dispensated by the forces of this universe to have that reflect. All right.
That was a big word.
Yeah.
I didn't even catch what it was. I'm just saying shit.
Reflect. Kind of big word for rag.
Dispensated, pretty sure.
Was it reflect? With the way he used this sounds so good. That just passed my brain.
Deep thoughts of the universe. All right. So while I'm prepping that here, we're getting into our third session. So congratulations, everyone! You have made it deep into the library of Underhill, the Wandering Library. Many things smell like tea, and your quest seems like it's moving forward. Who'd like to do a recap of what happened last week, or I guess earlier this week?
I vote the Bard.
What the fuck?
Hey, you threw me on the bus last time, man. It's your
I
turn.
know, I was gonna do it again, but all right.
I owned up to the challenge. Your turn.
So the Spicy Boys, or whatever we are called, we woke up after a short rest in the library, unknowing of what was going to happen. And we peeked out the first room that we were in, which didn't have an exit, which we had entered through. And we looked outside and we didn't see anything, so we continued making noise, which apparently was the wrong thing to do because a librarian came out and through comprehend languages and some other spells from other players, other people, Spicy Boy. We found out that we have to be quiet in the library. We were not quiet in the library. So we almost had a few near-death experiences, and then we stumbled upon a very unusual... Oh, there's a lot of stuff that happened, man. You just had to be there.
Well, if you want to go ahead and talk about just sort of the rise and conclusion, what happened to your book that you brought in?
So, me coming in here, I'm trying to deliver an overdue library book and find out, if I can, the history of who first took the book out, not turned back in. And through Zone of Silence, we were able to return the book to a librarian, which vanished and gave us some loot.
You are also still holding the library card, if I recall, from that book.
Yes, I am. Thank you. Because I took it out. I'm going to add that to my inventory.
We also found a bunch of librarians, or not librarians, but like people trapped that are all part of like an erotica club. Pretty much just reading books. And
They're crazy.
we got out. We got out ASAP as soon as they told us.
Yes, indeed, the romance section. A wonderful bunch. I'm glad you didn't think too highly of them because they sure thought highly of you all.
Oh, we're not done with them yet, from my understanding.
I don't want to turn it into one of them.
There was a big plot point I missed. One of our adventurers found love, and we plan on reuniting them.
No.
Yes. Yes.
My goodness, all the strange things that happen in the dark of the romance section. This is a wild library, guys. Support your local bookstores. Support your local libraries. You know, it's really
We
about.
also forgot to mention about how our peace-loving bard decided he wanted to torch a librarian.
Oh, that was not your peace-loving bard,
Yeah,
which was,
I mean,
that was
sorry.
your peace-loving monk. Your religious.
And
There's beauty in fire.
really, more of sort of a conditional piece, if you think about it. So along the way here, as you all manage to return the book, a couple of treasure chests crack themselves open. You all received a fairly decent-sized pile of gold, and indeed a couple of magic items. And Professor, over the ensuing few minutes, I would imagine that you use an identify spell on that. So tell me how you go about identifying items and tell me a little bit about what you think you may have discovered here.
Okay, so I spend the first 2 minutes summoning all of my tools that are available to me. Alright, I step up to the table, post up, and put the items onto the table. Put my goggles from the top of my head down to my eyes so I can look a little bit closer at these. And then, with my tinker tools, I start emanating magic and identifying, slowly scanning over the whole wand. And then the pouch.
And indeed, the arcane energies of these items start to flicker and reflect back, and in your mind's eye, you are filled with understanding of these two fancy little magical trinkets.
Eureka! I have found out what they do. Well, which one do you want to know first, guys?
Can we hear about the wand?
This is the wand of pyrotechnics. Watch this. And I flick the wand.
Boom! Where are you going to aim the wand of pyrotechnics?
At the empty chest.
Indeed, you aim for that empty chest, and it's like the 4th of July, a enormous eruption of sparks, fire, and a thunderous boom goes out and emerges as a firework display erupts from the tip of the wand.
Oh my goodness.
It's awful loud.
Is there anything that you need to make that happen? Like an extra reagent?
It's
I don't think so. I think this wand is just imbued with the spell. But look at this leather pouch. And I'm going to dump out a little bit of whatever's in it in my hand.
Excellent. So the are you willing to appear into your hand with the little pouch? It should be at the bottom of your inventory if you can see what the pouch contains. Is it popping up for you?
Oh, yeah, I'm reading it now. Sorry, I didn't see it all the way.
It's quite all right. It's a pretty neat little trinket.
I'd like some parsley in my hand.
And lo, instantaneously, the bag spits out a little parsley into your hand.
It's a seasoning pouch.
Oh.
Yeah, not too fancy.
Indeed, that is Heward's handy spice pouch. A pouch that, as long as it has charges left in it, can be used to summon any spice that you can imagine in a decent quantity.
Merely starts to lick his lips, and he's just thinking of all the ways he could use this pouch to make his food taste much, much better.
Oh, this regains pouches at an incredible rate. We can make anything delicious.
And indeed, as long as it's a spice and you can imagine it, whoever is in possession of the pouch can summon it.
Amelie is definitely excited for the future.
That sounds like it can be useful.
That wand Shmealy has no use for, or has no desire to have. Not sure who would like to hold that in their hands, or wield it, I should say.
How about a council to figure out which goes to who?
Sounds
All in favor of the pouch going to Shmealy?
Aye.
Schmeely.
Aye.
I
I
Here you go, Schmeely.
And just snatched that out of his hands, dude.
don't eat the bag, Schmeely.
And I'll actually go ahead and drop it into your inventory from here if you want to take that out, Professor.
How do I delete it?
You click the lock in the lower right corner of your equipment, and then you hit the little trash can that just shows up. Should be a little red trash can.
Got it.
Fantastic. So that-
Schmeely thanks the group. Yes.
And how about this wand? Who do you guys think?
Well, I guess the main ones out of the group that are staying in the back are Professor and I, but I really don't have any use for fire magic.
All in favor for me having fire?
Aye. Aye.
I. Oh well,
Oh,
yeah.
I
H-Door
rub
has
the
his
wand
wand
across
already.
my nose and sniff it deeply.
Indeed, it smells of black powder and something that, from your time in Brilliance, you would know as bug spray. You know, summer smells.
Citronella.
Precisely. And so with that as well, as you're all, spreading out your bedrolls and going through your collections of things, if some of you look inside your journal, you will see various things in the important documents tab. Inside there, you're going to have the summary of, as you spend about an hour reading through your book, what you're able to divine. Some of you, if it's not written in common, you might need to get somebody else to read the book for you. But totally easy to trade that between other people. Just let me know who you want to give access to. Just for your planning sake, it's things that aren't necessarily immediately important to the success of the dungeon, but things that may be relevant or interesting to the world at large. So not like you have to go digging through here to get yourselves the way out, but just so you're aware of it. Does anyone else want to take any other steps during this long rest? For anyone who's got like spells that you want to prep, make sure that you go ahead and take a look at your list. For anyone who wants to do any like prep work, you get all of your hit points back. If you spent any hit die, you get half of your hit die back, so go ahead and add one onto that. And you're all at full hit points and full spell slots.
Cool. I would like. Oh, so we're all at full health points. So
Yes.
don't need no song or rest.
Yeah, Song of Rest, that's your best friend for like a short rest. Long rest, you should get full HP back just of a quarter of how great you are.
Cool.
Well, I guess I'll go first. I want to tinker away with Clyde.
Excellent. You go ahead and pop Clyde open and click, 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 click. All of a sudden, a bunch of little clockwork signets like snap themselves back, and you're looking at the swirling eldritch core at the center of Clyde.
I take out the shield core and put in an arrowhead, purple in color, or into the center of Clyde.
And as you watch, carefully swapping those two cores around, it's like the insides kind of, it's almost like they were waiting for this. And you see some of the machinations like click, 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 almost like cilia, like from a starfish on the underside. They'd like touch it, and then clink, they all snap themselves into place very confidently. Confirmation.
All right, long-range Clyde today.
What does that do exactly?
Well, I guess I can show you. Hopefully it doesn't make too much noise. Stand aside, Ultras. And Clyde shoots a force ballista in a straight line at the wall.
Oh my goodness.
Crank the little Clyde. Actually, I've never seen this configuration. Describe to me how Clyde in ballista mode takes the shot.
The first thing to notice about Clyde in ballista mode is he is on all fours, and he hunkers down. Little pistons from his feet hook himself into the ground a little bit further, and he shoots with immense power to push his head back into his shell, and a beam of energy fires.
Ooh.
And it goes ahead and bam collides with the side of the nearly empty chest, and you watch as the chest kind of like crumples inward from it. It looks like just a searing force just struck it out of nowhere, and Clyde goes ahead and kind of like toddles back onto two legs, looking very smug with himself, like, oh yeah, that was wonderful.
Really
It'll
just
never
jumps
not be
behind the
disturbing.
bush. Bit startled.
Rightly so. Shmeely, make me a stealth check.
Let's go.
No pressure.
pressure.
No pressure. Starting the day off right. Starting the day off great. There we go. And with that, apparently a good night's rest being exactly what Shmeely needed, jumps behind the bush, and it is a very ordinary bush just sitting there in the middle of the room. Where did Shmeely go?
Huh. Rogue can stealth.
Hmm.
You think the rogue can stealth, but you can't be quite certain.
I hope he didn't get lost in the bag.
Fantastic. Anyone else want to do anything else with their long rest?
Mealy's good to go.
Flardo is ready.
All right, and as the rest passes, the collective internal clock's trying to be what wakes you up, without the passage of time or the setting or rising sun to awaken you. And as you get yourselves readied for the day ahead, you come to the realization that you don't exactly know how you're all going to get out of the library. So, from within the confines of this administrative office that you find yourselves, what will you do next?
Well, now that we've had our gear and we've had our battle, we cannot exit this room without being. There is no silence anywhere outside this room besides the Exotica section. Whatever you call it.
Erotic.
We have to be quiet, is what I'm saying.
The librarian that we encountered disappeared as soon as it gave us these chests open. We could try to head back north to see what lies beyond where we killed the leaf monsters or elemental.
Ah, yes,
Hi.
the pulp elementals. Friendly friends.
That sounds like a good plan.
Mealy's
I
gonna leave a gold coin by the door, just to indicate that he's been here already.
Indeed, and actually, Shmeely, since you've been doing such a good job of that, I'm going to go ahead and make a couple of notes on the ground where you've been leaving those coins. So you should actually be able to see those at this point based on where you said you were leaving them.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so as you're getting ready to head out, let's start this out with a whole bunch of rolls. So everybody start off with me. Everybody give me a stealth check, and we're gonna go ahead and use this to kind of set the group's like collective stealth tempo out here. 10, 11, 13, 11, 17, and 6. Ooh. Well, I will say that collectively as a group, you just managed to break the double digits. Only just, but you do. So that's a nice thing. So as you're all moving, I would also like for the group to give me perception checks.
Nice.
Fabulous. Flardo, with your sharp paying attention, listening for any signs and circumstances at this point, you are starting to get a sense of where things are coming from a little bit ahead of everyone else. So if you lead the group, your senses are so keen right now that you're probably going to have a little forewarning about anything coming around any corners.
Melee
Okay.
also does not have dark vision, so
Yes,
can't see too far.
ooh,
Oh,
that's really good to know, actually. Indeed, only Grayson, Professor, and Agenor, you are three with dark vision, correct?
Yes, I'll keep leading the group with the bush.
Good to know. All right. In that case, then, everyone, set yourselves up for where you'd like to head next. Um, uh, Along the edge of your fog of war vision, I think would be a fair place to start.
We all agree north.
it is.
Yes. Group, I would like to lead from the front. I'm the one who got you into this library, and I'm determined to get you out.
You can stand next to me because you can't see.
Indeed, Flardo is squinting the entire time that he's giving this powerful motivational speech about his ability to lead us out.
Sorry, where are we
Flardo,
supposed to be
light your
forming up? At the door of
Edge.
the room
Mhm.
we were just in?
Yeah.
Or to where we are right now?
Are you going to be heading then, let's say, to the northwest, or are you going to be heading more towards the northeast, or are you headed into another stretch of library?
It looks like this may
northwest.
be one corridor. Yes, we should check the west and east before we go down the middle.
Excellent.
Flardo, light your torch.
Yes, I will.
And the light starts to flare ahead. If you'd like, Flardo, actually, you can double click on yourself, your little token, and in the area that pops up, it will give you a thing that says aura towards the bottom right. If you go ahead and type a space in there, like aura 1, you type in 40 feet, that would show you how much light 40 feet worth of torch would cover.
Yes.
I'm gonna
Oh,
use
wow.
control flame on it to double it for an hour.
Hot. All right, so go ahead and kick that up actually to 80 feet. Ultras, go ahead and give me your flame shaping because that's always a cool thing to see in motion.
So all of a sudden, the torch dims to barely a speckle of light, and then bursts out straight up, not out, and not. There's no increase in heat radiation, but just intensity and light shoots out as the torch's height doubles in the.
And you see it just bend itself upward, and it's almost a little hypnotic. It stops looking like a torch and almost like a campfire, or maybe like an elemental at the tip of it. It's just a little too rich and a little too long, almost fading into white for that kind of intense light to it. And lo, you're able to see spectacularly at this point. All right, Flardo, if you're in the lead, go ahead and put yourself to the edge of where you'd like to
Yes.
illuminate.
Although we do have vision right now, I still feel like we have to be extremely quiet.
I agree.
So we're
Okay,
going
I'm gonna head out to the west.
west.
Heading to the west. All right. So I take it you're looking into the room to the west here?
Yes.
Excellent. As you bring the torch along, the light casts, and you're able to see very clearly a long room with a pair of shorter tables closer towards you, sort of scattered books, and then a second longer pair of tables further away with you, again, sort of like notes or notation being laid on it. Actually, make me an investigation check, Flardo.
Yes.
18?
Yes. Good rolls today.
All right, check your Discord. We're doing whispers now for particularly amazing rolls.
Cool. Huh? Have we been here before? Does this not seem like a place we have been?
Place just looks the same.
Let's explore a little bit.
Excellent. Go ahead and lead on. Position yourself.
Whisper to the professor, I can't see a goddamn thing.
I light up a gold coin in a dim light and hand it over to him. Here you go.
Thank you.
And all of a sudden, we're starting to look a little bit like Coachella here. We've got like a beautiful EDM thing going on. Flardo, with your 20 in perception, you start to get the feeling that if you go too much further into this room, further to the west, there may be something moving around. Perhaps another librarian, perhaps something else you haven't met yet. You're not totally sure. But as you go further into this main room here, more of the room begins to reveal itself to you. This area not necessarily open to you yet.
This is where we originally. This table right here is where the first librarian got punched by Ultras. Or at least it has the same format or layout. But anyway, this does not seem like the place we should be right now.
May I make an investigation on his comment?
Indeed, Professor, go ahead and give me an investigation roll. As your keen eyes start to scan the room, yeah, this is pretty creepy. It does look very, very similar. With a 22, specifically the construction of the room looks almost like a Dead Ringer. The tables are in the same place. The tables look like the same, like, overall structure. What's a little surprising, though, is that you notice the books themselves are different. The books themselves don't seem consistent from what you saw last time, which is why you didn't sort of immediately notice it. It's a different selection up on the walls here. That said, yeah, this room does look a lot like the room that you beat up a librarian in.
This is odd.
Oh, there
Can I
should be
make
a
an
pile
investigation check just to see if I see the same?
Yeah, Shmeely, give me that roll. And what are you looking for in particular as you're digging around? Like, what do your, like, aided by the gold coin, what do your eyes seek to see?
More so the expression of both Flardo and the professor, how they're just kind of maybe slowing down and a little bit of awe, just a little hesitation, and just kind of observing the room and seeing if I could catch exactly what they're seeing or just like what's alarming them.
Oh yeah, they've both pointed out now that this room looks really familiar, and it does. There is this very uncanny valley, like deja vu feeling at this point. And as the two of them are getting creeped out about it, even if you hadn't realized it, the sense of like what's going on here definitely gets stronger as the longer you observe.
Oh, there should be a pile of tea in that room over there if this is the same spot.
Before moving forward, I want to drop 2 coins.
Go right ahead. I will mark those down for you. Coin there.
Can I cast a spell?
Absolutely. What would you like to cast?
I want to cast message
Mm-hmm.
to Altris. Since we have to be very, very quiet, I want to send a message to him saying, possible danger here. Please inform the rest of the party in the back, which is just Shmeely and Agenor. Oh.
I mean, everybody's doing a pretty good job of keeping up on themselves right now. So you go ahead and cast the message, and Ultras, you go ahead and feel Flardo's telepathic words go ahead and tickle the back of your brain. You're ghostwise, so you don't even have to worry about like the verbal component
Oh,
of message.
that's right.
So yeah, without any problem at all, Ultras, you go ahead and hear Flardo like whispering in like your frontal lobe, saying something along the lines of like,
Hey, Aldris. Aldris. Hey, Aldris, dude. It's Flardo. I think there's something in here. This is exactly the place that we killed the last librarian. You punched him right over there. We should get out. Tell the party in the back. Flardo out. Over. Now.
Without hesitation, I look over to Schmeely and I go over and I poke him. And then I put my finger up to my lips, making a gesture.
Merely looks up at Altris after just putting the coins down, just shrugging, just like, what's wrong?
Ultras again puts his finger to his lips, motioning to be quiet.
Schmeely's gonna nod.
Flardo, with your 22 in perception, you managed to catch the librarian probably about 20 feet away from you. As you see, the creature has silently approached while you've been debating your next move. Are you going to take any action before it takes its next step?
Yes, I would like to Zone of Silence.
Excellent. You're going to go ahead and cast Silence?
Yes, Silence, which has a 120-foot range.
120-foot range and a 20-foot radius. So
Yes.
where would you like the center of that to be?
You said the librarian was like northeast-ish?
The librarian is just west of you.
Oh, wow. Just did not even see him. Okay, I am going to put it 20-foot radius.
Is it going to be centered on yourself?
Can I center it right where the arrow is right now?
Yes, indeed. You can go ahead and drop it right there. All right, you go ahead and cast Silence, so go ahead and mark that spell slot off.
Yes.
So I'm always curious, give me that description of how you cast Silence as a bard. The idea of silence being part of your spell kit's kind of funny because it's a little bit of like an anti-bard thing. So tell me, how do you take all of the air out of the room?
So I actually learned this from my sister, who is the singer of the troupe. But if you hit a pitch high enough, it will block out sound. And I'm not saying earbud sound. I'm saying all sound. But
Wild.
yes.
And so you ever so briefly, you hear it 15 kilohertz, 20 kilohertz, and then it's beyond your ears, except perhaps for perhaps for Shmeely and perhaps for Agenor. You may be able to hear a little higher into the spectrum than the rest of the humanoids, but approaching 30, 40 kilohertz, this unbelievably high note ascends, and silence fills the area. Originating from here and creating a 20-foot zone of silence. With that, the librarian continues to move forward.
I feel like after hearing that high pitch from Agenor, I'm gonna maybe take a peek back. Maybe take a couple steps this way.
By all means.
Away from the
You all can see the librarian at this point. With all of the light in there, it is very self-evident that this creature has gotten all up in. And in fact, Flardo, you see that the librarian in front of you now is just sort of standing there, kind of like waiting for you to get out of the way, isn't taking any aggressive acts, but is definitely standing and staring you and Agenor as much as a faceless monstrosity can stare.
Schmeely take a peek in the room over here? Do I have vision of straight ahead?
Do you have the gold coin?
I do have a gold coin.
Oh, yes, you do. Let me go ahead and give you a little more vision. That'd be out to 40, so we'll say to about there.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Flordo, if you're trying to move, you hit S, and that gets you your pointer back. You're in Q, which is your measuring tape.
Yes. Actually, I don't want to move out the way at the moment.
Indeed, and the librarian continues to wait.
I might need to use that message now. It's okay.
Indeed. Is anyone else taking any other actions with the librarian so close?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna hold out the book Grandeur and Splendor, like I'm giving it back.
Interesting. Go ahead and make me a persuasion check, just out of curiosity. 19.
Damn.
Very nice. You hand out the book. The librarian seems to pause and regard you briefly. It takes the book and disappears.
Ooh, Schmeely's gonna take a few steps back into the room after seeing this.
Nailed it.
Fantastic. You can go ahead and remove that book from your inventory too. You'll still have the notes for what you managed to read during the long rest, but you won't be able to expand on that.
Grayson's gonna look at the books on the table.
Awesome. If you're going to go ahead and take a quick gander there, give me an investigation check. With a 15, you end up, all right, this one's another erotic novel, but this one's a kind of interesting erotic novel. This one is called Suitors of the East. And what's kind of interesting about this one is, like, opposed to, like, a lot of the other ones that have just kind of, like, generalized, like, you know, kind of, like, rippling dude on the front and then, like, wayfish-looking person looking, like, terrified on the back of it. This one actually has a kind of imposing female character on the front of it. From a quick, like, flip through of it, it seems to follow the exploits of Baba Yaga as this sort of, like, fantastical telling of the life of this like fairy queen, and how she sort of draws the attention of all of these different suitors from the Far East, the city of All, and as word of her beauty reaches all of these different lands, more and more suitors come only for them to be put to death at her hand. For a second, you're kind of like, damn, this would make for a really good opera. But you read it, it's more of like historical smut as opposed to just like general smut. So if you'd like, you can add Suitors of the East to your inventory.
Alright. We should probably each have more books if it makes the librarians go away.
I'm up.
I'd like to know what's inside some of these, but I can't read this one. Ignore. Do you know Celestial?
Are we able to talk at this zone of silence?
No.
Good call.
Good, a very good call, in fact. So all of you, unless you're particularly good lip readers, as you all start this conversation, it has the kind of like.
I'll cast message then.
There you go. Alternately, you can also step out, or Flordo, since this is a concentration spell, I believe you can probably drop it if you felt like it as well. You could stop concentrating.
Yes, I will.
And all of a sudden, the squeaky resonance of the library returns to your ears around you.
What did you say?
Do you read Celestial?
Yes, I do.
I hand over the book, The Advanced Guide to Necromancy. Can you read any of this?
But yes, I can. What would it be? A perception check?
Indeed, you go ahead and get your copy of the Practical Guide to Advanced Necromancy, and as you and the professor take a quick second with each other, you flip through the book, and you're able to get a better sense of this tome. The book is, for the most part, written in Infernal, which is a language that you don't particularly understand. But there are also a lot of like side core concepts that are being explored in Celestial and Elvish. The book is really pretty in depth, but fortunately, there's a bunch of illustrations in there, some of which you have a kind of familiarity with. But until you get a chance to like sit down and page it through a little bit more in depth, you may not be able to make the connections.
Professor, you mind if I hold on to this book?
Please, by all means, take it.
I'm going to stuff the book into my bag
Awesome.
without question. Hold on to it for later.
Awesome. Go ahead and make sure you just stick that in your inventory, just to keep track of it, so we know who the owner is at any given point.
What's the name of it again?
A Practical Guide to Advanced Necromancy, and if you check in your journal, which is that third tab, it's under the Important Documents folder, which should be there now.
Mealy's gonna pretend like he knows what's going on with all the exchanging of books. Just walk over to this table, watching Gryson pick up a book and put it in his pocket. Do the same. Just one at random. Not even looking at the books.
Awesome. You go ahead and grab a copy of Animals of the Recent and Distant Past and shove it into your pouch. All right. So you all go ahead and, as you're taking in this room and loading yourselves up with emergency books as a defense mechanism, what will your next step be?
Mealy's interested in the room that apparently looks like we came out of or came from.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
At least walking over here, yeah.
Yeah, both of you make me perception checks. Schmeely with a 15. Flardo with the
God.
1. So as you're starting to come around the corner, as you come around the Carno, Flardo, as you come around the corner, you are so caught by the glint of the golden coin in Schmeely's eyes that you're momentarily taken aback, and you can't really focus on much of anything. Thankfully, Schmeely is much more business focused at the moment, and as you start to look into this room, indeed, from what it seems like, the room that you have just stumbled upon here looks very, very similar in construction to the room that was your original egress into this building.
So this does look familiar. This is the same place.
Mealy's gonna walk over to Agenor and ask him if the bush could maybe scout ahead, because he's a little too skeptical of the room.
Sure thing.
Absolutely. The shrub goes ahead and continues to take a step forward. Reveals. 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 Nothing attacks it.
And the shrub gestures as if it has a head to come on in.
Indeed, the soothing shookas of the bush invite you further inward.
Mealy holds back. He's still skeptical.
All right. Agenor, Flardo, as the ones who've boldly crossed the threshold, what are you looking for?
I'm looking for any sign of us being there because we did have a short rest, or actually, it may have been a long rest there previously.
Absolutely. Give me that investigation check.
Oh.
Sick.
Was that right on the edge for everybody else?
Yeah.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful.
That was
That's
good. That was good.
dirty lying cheating dice. Fantastic. 22. You actually with a 22, you remember very specifically that if this was the room that you had been in earlier, there should be a big pile of burned robes and tea left behind from the librarian that you butchered and executed in a fit of rage earlier. As you look, there is absolutely no evidence of anything being here other than a thick layer of dust.
Okay. Maybe they reuse the tea, or maybe this is just a different place.
Maybe this is a mirror. I have an idea. We should check the corners and see something. I'd say a couple of us go south and a couple of us go a little bit more to the east.
Okay.
Now that
Why
we
don't we?
know how to deal with the librarians, we might be a little bit more safe now. Just gotta be careful.
Why don't we check for where Schmeely leaves his coins?
So the last coin I dropped was at the entrance of the romance section. If we want to go check north first.
Actually, the coins that you have right now, you have some to the east of where you are in the room, and then they sort of trek down to the southeast. So if
Well,
you're
saying if we're just as I think collectively as a group, we're saying if this is the same room, we should head northwest because that would be the entrance of the romance section.
Indeed. Understood.
So I'm gonna go proceed to walk in the direction of where I left my first coin.
All
I'm gonna
right.
stay right here before anybody else comes.
Excellent. Everyone, make sure you get yourselves into position before we do a reveal here.
Then I'm gonna take the lead. A shiny gold coin in hand. Guess I'll walk right up here. Ready for anything.
All right. As you go ahead and make your ways up, indeed, the space reveals itself forward. You see no gold coins, indicating your previous passage. Based on your already pretty excellent investigation rolls, it does look very, very similar to the romance section. But notably, it's missing the heavy stone doors that seem to have slid in the way previously.
Before I continue,
Mhm.
I want to kind of have like almost a uh not necessarily an inspiration, but just like a reminder to myself, kind of like once I see my gold coin isn't there, I turn back to the group and mention, we would have actually seen Professor's blueberry book he left behind at the beginning. That wasn't at the beginning. That wasn't at the room as well. My gold
Very
coin isn't here.
Very true.
This is a completely different area.
well. I'm sure that's not too uncommon having a layout that is very consistent throughout a.
What are the paintings? Anybody recognize the paintings?
Shall we proceed forward? The paintings will be towards the northwest.
I'm gonna send the bush to stare into the paintings again.
Excellent. So you go ahead and shuka shuka shuka, up comes the shrub, and the shrub stares deeply into the eyes of the painting. Shuka shuka shuka. No obvious effect. As the group looks, again, nobody in the paintings, either one of these paintings, seems familiar to either of you.
What the paintings? They don't look familiar.
No, they do not.
We had mentioned over here to the east there is no sliding doors. Yeah, it's just a solid wall.
Just a solid wall. It's there are doors that lead into there, so like where there's the space to get into the room. But as opposed to like the like heavy stone barricades, it seemed like the romance section like slipped into place. All of that's missing from this side of this particular building.
I don't believe we should be here and should maybe backtrack.
All right. If you would like to go further north, we can definitely make that happen too.
Let's look
That's
in
just
this
my
room.
suggestion to the group. There is no room.
No,
To the
there is a room. Let me go ahead and over to
Oh.
the right or to the left here.
oh, we should be able to look at both. Sorry, we got people looking at both.
No worries. I just need to have the order of operations. So who would like to go
Let's-
ahead and take the initiative to explore one of these rooms first?
I guess Shmuley would at first took a peek into this room to see if this is even there.
All right.
Or
So you're going to
it's
check
there.
checking this room to the right here,
Mm-hmm.
to the northeast. Okay. So Shmeely, position yourself at the door. How you'd like to get yourself in there? We'll start to
I'm gonna
reveal.
go kind of an idea or kind of trying to remember where I dropped the first coin,
Mhm.
and then start from there. So yeah, I'll start right above Grimoire.
All right. So you're about 5 feet from where you think you would have left that coin. And as you go ahead and start to take a look up and down that room, yeah, boy, this is starting to look awfully familiar here. A lot of this space. The books are definitely different. You notice as you're sort of searching around here, it is definitely not romance related. In fact, you don't notice what most of these titles are. It's not a language you're familiar with. But this whole area here, no romance books to be found almost at all.
Shmuley is too skeptical to step in.
I'm starting to get a little creeped out by everything going.
Well, we can go forward or we can go back. Which do you want to do?
Yeah, definitely. If you want to, as you all look north, there is a hallway that continues to extend further towards one of the massive walls of stained glass. So if you want to head further north, that is definitely an option.
Shmuley turns to the group looking for guidance.
Let's continue forward.
Yep.
Can I investigate that room?
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and take a look there first, Professor, we can definitely do that. So position yourself where you'd like to at the front entrance of there. Oh, you're going to inspect this room here a little bit further. Go right ahead.
I'm interested to see what kind of books are in here.
Absolutely. Give me an investigation roll. You keep that browsing going. With a 12. What do you end up finding with that? You find a book called Arcana Without Restrictions. This one, flipping through it, it seems to be written by like an old mage from Brilliance, which at first seems like it really catches your attention because you're like, oh shit, Brilliance. But instead, it seems to be more of like a kind of like quasi-political screed talking about like things that are illegal in Keres and why it is that like it's kind of ridiculous that like expensive gems aren't allowed within the region, and so as you're trying to get into it, it really reads more like a wonky political screed than it does anything too substantial. If you want to take it with you, you can. It's called Arcana Without Restrictions.
Bah! It's political. I just toss it aside.
Indeed, the book goes ahead and hits the wall with a satisfying thump. You notice that several of the other surrounding books seem to shake and wiggle themselves slightly, but do not take any action.
With him saying something about political, I'll step into the room and pick up the book that he dropped.
Excellent. Arcana Without Restrictions. Anyone going to delve further into the room, or are you headed further north?
I feel like after Professor had gone in there and I was able to take a step up, maybe take like a few extra steps forward. Maybe if I could peek off to the left and right, or should I step all the way forward?
Oh no, you can go ahead and you can step a little bit forward there. We can Bomberman this thing. There you go. More vision revealed to you as you go into the stacks. Again, you are getting such a ridiculous feeling of deja vu at this point. This feels, if it weren't for the fact that the backs are missing, like the ridiculous, like smutty, hilarious titles, you'd feel like you were in the exact same section of library. But since you weren't, it's not, and you're kind of weirded out.
I guess after picking up that book, can I do one more inspection check to see if there's just like another book in front of me?
Yeah, go ahead and give me an investigation. 15. Not bad, not bad, not bad. 15? This one's actually interesting to you. You go ahead and find another book. This one is called Estates of the Dim. This one actually immediately catches your eye with the 15 because it mentions your homeland. So as you go ahead and pick it up, you flip it through, and it talks a lot about actually what you as a diplomat are already kind of familiar with. A lot of the families that live in the Northeast, some more of the traditions for it, and what's really pleasant is that it's a very like clean historical read. You're used to stuff about the dim having this kind of like obvious slant to it, but no, it's in common, and it's actually a really pleasant like surprise for you, which is why your eyes are immediately drawn to it.
I'll immediately put it into my inventory just upon reading my homeland's name.
There you go.
Thank you. And then with that, I'm gonna step back out and wait for the group.
Cool. Grayson, go ahead and make me a
Moving
perception.
forward.
Yeah, make me a perception check.
Perception. Perception.
With a 7, you just have the heebie-jeebies. As you're walking up and down, you know, you can just feel like your broad shoulders kind of like brushing up on either side of on either side of the stacks. The whole thing is making you feel a little unsettled. You're so used to like you when you were younger, like traveling the skies, or even when you were out like traveling to North Crossroads, like you're used to like these big open skies. Here it feels like you're almost underground. It's very close, very claustrophobic, and you're not totally thrilled with it.
I feel like we should just get out of here. This whole library, we should just leave. We are
Yeah,
not
let's
trying
go.
to be one of those erotica lifer.
Tell me how to leave, and I'm out.
Are you all headed further to the north?
I'm waiting outside for the party to continue. Or Shmealy.
Should continue north.
Let's go north.
All right. So as you all, who was the first one to take that step forward?
Agenor.
Agenor?
Sure.
Agenor, I'm going to need you to make a Constitution saving throw. The 14. Agenor, as you and the group start to pass in front of the painting, you suddenly feel a sickening revulsion in your stomach. Your eyes are immediately drawn towards the painting lying on the table, which you now see starting to twitch and flicker, as if the being inside of it, this humanoid figure, is starting to writhe and twitch about. And as you make eye contact with the painting, you briefly feel this force try to drag some semblance of your consciousness outside of your body. You fortunately are able to resist just at the edge of your strength, but the painting and its neighboring fellow both immediately rise up and flare to life. And I'm going to need everyone to roll me initiative.
Oh, jeez.
Don't forget to click your character first.
Yeah, make sure to click your characters.
Thank you, Grayson.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Whoops, I was on the shrub.
It's all right. You can add the shrub to the initiative order.
Gosh, I can't find it right now. Where is it?
Should I just roll for myself again?
Top
Yes.
middle.
Click yourself and then give yourself an initiative roll. Yep.
All right, next to your
Oh,
armor class,
yeah.
buddy.
Yep. Thanks. Right in the middle.
All good, all good. All right. All right. 8 and 14 on the initiative order here. All right, and we begin the combat. Grayson, you're up first. Your attention gets snapped over as all of a sudden you hear this loud kind of like groaning sound as these two paintings rise up into the air, flare to life. And as you see this like rippling arcane energy coming off of them, you immediately sense yourself in peril. What would you like to do?
I'm going to rage.
Oh, you rage, and out come the veins, the beet red spreads, and the fury is ready to come.
I'm going to attack it.
All right, two-handed with a two-handed.
Yes.
Sick. Big old two-handed swing. What'd you get?
16.
16 hits. Go ahead and give me that damage. So, Grayson knows what's going on here. Immediately, without a moment's hesitation, sprints on over, charges, takes out the axe, bam! Catches it right in the side of the painting. You see this thing sort of like shift as the collision gets made. 6 points of slashing damage. It kind of conk, you catch it right in the side and pull your axe out. Big sliver of wood now starting to splinter off to the side with it. Anything then additional for your movement?
Alright, 1 sec. I'm gonna do... Can I still do a reckless attack?
Oh, absolutely. Reckless you have to do before your attack, unfortunately.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, you can definitely save it for your next one, though. You'll have your rage.
No, that's it then.
All right. According to the order, then, Shmeely, you're up. Flirto, you're on deck.
Cool.
Shmeely's taking a step forward. He's gonna pull out. Let's see what we got. I'm getting that rapier out.
Shing!
Yep, shing.
You see
Just
that
gonna do
thin
one-
blade emerge out of the scabbard.
I'm gonna go for an uppercut slash. As I pull it out, I'm gonna try to slash upwards.
Go for it. Give me that attack roll. 14 just hits. You, for a moment, you thought you weren't going to be able to land it, but no, you're able to go ahead and draw it upward, and it slices across the canvas. Give me that damage.
Just the tip.
8 points of piercing damage. Sick. You go ahead and slice into the painting, and with that nice little slice right across the top of it, the painting's starting to take a little bit of damage. You can go ahead and notice that with that splice across it, there's a little like flicker of arcane energy in the center of it that's starting to seem like that fabric's unraveling.
I'm gonna take a bite at that arcane energy with my hungry jaws.
Go
as my
for it.
bonus action.
That bonus bite comes out, takes the chomp.
Damn.
Give me that attack roll.
Wait, did you get the attack roll?
Did not yet. Go ahead and click on the bite on your character sheet, and that should get it going.
It's in the chat.
I'm not seeing it in the chat.
Yeah, I don't
Oh.
see it.
That's unfortunate. I got a 22. I'll roll again.
If you've got a 22,
it's all good.
connection
Let me-
to the server has been interrupted. There it goes.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Nah, there we go. We just I think the roll 20 just lagged.
Okay. Yeah, I got the 22 for the bite, and then I rolled the 4 for the bludgeoning damage.
Spectacular. So with a 22, you go ahead and follow it up, and you just unhinge your jaws, and you go ahead and catch onto the side of the frame, shaking it back and forth and back and forth. And you can see this figure, this sort of like impressionist painted like humanoid on the inside. You see the hands kind of like press up onto the painting themselves, and this face, unmistakable, kind of like glowers down at you. Anything else?
I think that'll be it for my move.
Excellent. Flordo, you're up.
Okay. I am going to move. I'm going to move right here, and I'm going to take out my bow and shoot the painting that is in front of Grayson.
You've got it. Go ahead and give me that attack. So, you go ahead and pull the arrow out, put it into the string, pull back, and with a 10, it fires off, but just misses, actually passes through the hole that's been opened up through the bites from Shmeely. It passes on through and doesn't make contact.
Okay. I'm going to save my bonus action.
Gonna save your bonus action, all right. And that should be your movement, which would mean then the Painted Horror. Number 1 goes ahead and takes their move. So Shmeely, I'm gonna need you to make me a Constitution saving throw. That sucker coming through, or is it lagging on us again?
Techno.
Shmeely. There we go. Ooh, a 2. Shmeely, you feel this sudden revulsion spread throughout your body. And as you look forward, you see the painting staring right at you. And as you've got your teeth still like sank into the frame, all of a sudden you feel the canvas start to give way. And as you're tilting your head in and kind of shaking the frame around, you actually feel yourself fall into the painting itself. And as you break the fourth wall of this painting, you now find yourself in this abstract, sort of like pan-dimensional space. It's just filled with darkness, color kind of washing in and over each other. You are currently outside of the known dimensions.
Like, is he gone from our vision and everything too?
As everyone else looks at the painting, you see Shmeely now trapped behind this figure inside the painting, sort of like looking around, thrashing, trying to find his way out, but he seems like whatever has happened here, he's now trapped on the other side of it.
You're gonna hear me screaming on the way in.
You hear the scream just for the fleeting, like, shortest second, and then it disappears in silence as you fall in through the fourth wall. Agenor, you're up.
I am going to. here.
Mhm.
And then cast Bless.
Absolutely. Who's getting the blessing?
Ultras, Gryson, and Flardo.
All right. Ultras, Gryson, and Flardo, you all go ahead and what blessing are you going to impart them with, Agenor?
I am going to imbue them with the power of nature
Fantastic.
to aid them with strength.
And as you go ahead and you think back to all of your time outside, far, far away from these dusty books and smelly stones, you feel that natural energy well within you and then burst out. Ultras, Grayson, and Flordo, all of you have blessed, so you get to add a d4 to your attacks and I believe saving throws. Yes. All for the next minute.
Nice.
That is your action. Anything for your bonus action, Agenor?
No.
All
That'll be
right.
it.
Now it is painted horror number 2. This painting goes ahead and now rising confidently into the air, sort of like swoops and staggers its way on over, and locks on to Gryson, and begins its descent inward. So Gryson, I'm going to need you to go ahead and make me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh,
A 6. Gryson, as you go ahead and turn yourself around, you do get to add a bless to it, but unfortunately, I don't think that'll probably be enough. Go ahead and give me that bless, just out of curiosity.
it's a D4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So /R D4. Yeah, that's not going to be enough. As you go ahead and you whip yourself around, getting ready to beat the shit out of this painting, before you can even react, it's like the thing has swept itself over you. And where you're expecting there to be like this canvas kind of like pressing down into you, it just feels like passing into swamp air. And again, this painting swallows you, and you feel yourself trapped inside of this strange miasma space between planes. Ultras, you're up.
Alright, I'm gonna move. I'm gonna punch it.
Go ahead and give me that punch. So, Ultras, you go ahead and you dart on past. You go ahead and cock your fist up, take a big ol' swing, and try to... where are you aiming on this painting? Like, just taking a swing, but, like, what are you aiming for?
Mimi does.
Repeat
I'm
that?
aiming for the tears. The tears in the one that's standing.
Excellent, and you aim for those tears. Give me that swing. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Nat 20.
Hell yeah.
So you go ahead and look for the tears, and you, in like almost like a sweeping sort of motion with it, you let both of your hands expand their way diagonally across that tear and strike. You slice across this. Give me that damage. Give me that crit damage. 7 points of damage. Wha-bam! And you go ahead and expand that crack all the way diagonally at this point, actually slamming into the sides of the frame. You see this thing start to like buckle and shake. It's really like the canvas is almost starting to fall from the frame. Inside you see that Shmeely is being thrown around, but it doesn't look like the strikes actually harmed Shmeely themselves.
And because I'm unarmed with that strike, I can do my bonus attack will be another unarmed.
Absolutely, give me that punch.
Here was it? Yeah. Okay.
17. Bam! The palm goes ahead and catches upward, and you catch the frame again. Give me that damage. 6 points of bludgeoning damage. Oh, the painting is looking so rough. There's splinters coming all over the side. Shmeely, you're inside and you're starting to actually see like the color and the swirling around you is starting to fade. It's almost like evening turning into night around you. But the frame is starting to break and you're starting to see a light at the end of the tunnel. Ultras, you go ahead and pull your hand back and you go ahead and like flex yourself confidently here. This thing is absolutely on its last legs.
All right, that'll be the end of my turn.
All right, Professor Gobsworth, you're up.
I got a quick question. Where is my spell attack if I was to make a spell attack?
If you were to make a spell attack, that would be under your spells. So if you go to your character sheet and then it goes core, bio, and spells, it'll be in the upper right there, and it should be the big old number. So your spell attack bonus is a 6.
Oh, nice. Okay. There's not a way to roll that exactly, is there?
Yes, there is. What are you trying to add it to?
Well, whenever I attack with the ballista, it makes a spell attack.
There you go. So you go ahead and just do /R. Here, I'll type it out, but it's just /R.
/R.
1d20
plus 6.
You got it.
Gotcha. Okay, let me move real quick first.
There you go. So which painting are you going ahead and aiming at?
I'm gonna aim at the one at the top and hope I push it into the second painting.
Awesome. So you go ahead and is Clyde still sitting shotgun?
Yep, he's about to cannon blast on my shoulder.
You watch 1, 2, 3, 4 teeny little turtle legs dig themselves into your shoulder, and click, head fires back. Kapow! 16 fires and hits. Collides with the more put together of the two paintings. Go ahead and give me that damage. 13 points of damage. Excellent shot. You watch as this eldritch energy, it doesn't just like hit, it gives you like that film burn effect. It almost looks like chemical as this starts like peeling itself back. Grayson, you on the inside, again, same kind of thing. You're able to start to see the light start to emerge from you as the prison you're being held in is starting to rot and tear itself away. Excellent shot. Clyde's head like clink snaps itself back down into position. You still have your action and still have a little bit of movement left.
Okay, so if my force ballista hits, it pushes the target 5 feet.
Yes, it does. Let me go ahead and double check the language on that here. Thank you for confirming that.
Yeah.
Ballista, ballista, ballista. Pushed up to 5 feet away from the cannon. Yes, indeed it is. So this is pushed. Oh, all of a sudden, woo! The entire thing just like shuffles itself on over, sort of being like cast about. The force ballista catches both of the paintings in a single strike, and you're watching. You know, I'm not sure. Does that actually? I'm not sure if that triggers any additional damage with it. No, it doesn't trigger. It doesn't trigger any more damage with it, but you're watching as these paintings are now getting flung around as Clyde, like, chirps with, like, a noise of delight.
And I still have my movement in my action, right?
Yes, you do.
And I'm going to rev up my body, lightning sparking all over my body, and cast Thunderwave.
Beautiful. And you go ahead and watch this cascade of energy just blast out of you. You get a 15-foot cube. So I'm imagining... Does that look good for you as far as how do you like to originate that?
Yes.
Excellent. You go ahead, that does 9 with a constitution save of 14, so tell me, how do you release a thunder wave onto these unsuspecting idiots?
talking about the paintings or us?
The paintings. The paintings.
Well, we're inside the painting, so we're lumped into that.
Apologies. I should be I should be clearer with the pronouns.
My body sparks up, and then I pull out my screwdriver, and all of the lightning goes into my screwdriver, and I slam it into the ground, making the cube of lightning shocked.
Boom, 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 bam! And as you collide it into the ground, even though stone is not ordinarily a conductor of electricity, in this case, it seems like it's working just fine. Ba-boom! The frame that is going ahead and holding Shmeely in place fractures, shatters, splinters, and explodes. The voice inside kind of... You hear this, like, pained inhale of breath as the magic is released. Shmeely reappears in the space just left behind. And you take 3 points of force damage, Shmeely, as you are forcibly returned back to this plane of reality.
3 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Did the other one make it save?
The other one actually rolled a nat 20 on its save, so it takes, I believe, half damage for the Thunder Wave.
Right.
So 4 points of damage with that. It ripples up the side of it, but it doesn't go ahead and have the same kind of, like, thunderous, explosive impact as the first. But with that, the painting is looking really rough. Is that your turn, Professor?
That is it.
All right. Next up is the shrub. The shrub looks diligently at you, Agenor.
Pull up the. It is going to do break.
Excellent. We take the first roll from that because that looks like a regular attack. A 13. 13 does not hit. In this moment of bravery, you go ahead and watch the bush with its cute little berry eyes, shuka, 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 and then, like, sharp little thorns seem like they go ahead and, like, come at the very top of the bush, and it, like, swings itself up and tries to drag itself down along the painting, but it's just not quite enough. You see it kind of scrape, but it doesn't make that deeper impact to the wood that looks like it did more than just scuff it. Grayson, it is now your turn. Make me another Constitution saving throw. Eight, but does that include the D?
I don't know where that came from.
I'm not sure where that came from either, but you still, in fact, have Bless, do you not?
As far as I know.
Yeah, go ahead
Yes.
and give me that Bless roll.
Well, that would be a... Oh, it's a D4. It's a D4.
D4, yeah, yeah. Not quite enough there. So, Grayson, you're in this sort of like gray into like pinwheel colored multicolor void. There's these swirls of paint around you, and this sort of like gray humanoid figure ahead of you. You see this sort of like chemical burn off in the distance. You're just starting to see light starting to spread its way back in. What would you like to do while you're trapped inside this strange demiplane of paint and color?
What is this gray humanoid figure you were talking about? Is it
It-
something I can swing an axe at?
You can certainly try to swing an axe at it if you'd
I
like.
would like to swing my axe at the gray humanoid figure.
Absolutely. Go ahead and give me an attack roll. A 15. A 15. You definitely connect with the entity at the center of all of this. Go ahead and give me damage. I'm so disappointed that
bless,
wasn't the
right?
10. Yes, and you do get the bless, so the bless would have been added to the attack roll, but the 15 still hit.
Oh, it's just the attack roll. I see.
Yep,
Okay.
exactly. So that gets you over for like your 2 hits. So and with that, you go ahead and take a big swing at this gray figure. 7 points of damage. It doesn't quite do as much damage as you were expecting, and in fact, because of whatever strange land we're in, you feel like this reflection of pain back on yourself. You take 3 points of force damage, but the confines of whatever you're in seem to rattle. The colors twist and rattle themselves even faster once you make contact with a creature. fire, and you hear for the first time a sound, that terrible like inhaled sucking sound just next to your ear as the creature reacts to this blade being sunk into it. Anything else with your turn?
What kind of damage was that?
You would take 3 points of slashing damage.
That's halved.
Halves, you only take 1 point of slashing damage. Barbarians, man.
Well, I don't think I'm doing anything else really, so I'm good.
All right. Shmeely, you're up. So you're watching as this figure in the other painting is like gasping and snarling and like waving its hands up against the fourth wall. You go ahead and see Gryson sneak up behind this thing and just wham! Catch him over the head with this battle axe. The creature like flicks its head down. You see Gryson go ahead and wince in pain himself. You're up. What would you like to do?
I think Shmeely's still rattled from just being sucked into this fucking fourth dimension, so he's actually gonna take a little dash away, and I think I'm gonna use my bonus action to hide.
Absolutely. If you make a dash, the painting is going to get an attack of opportunity on you because you're leaving the painting's area.
That's fine.
Okay, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. With a 6. Shmeely, you try to escape, but you actually feel yourself restrained. As you are trying to run away, your body is actually starting to lock itself up. And as you look down, it seems like some of the paint left over, this like gray miasma, is now like seeped out around your hands and your legs, and it's preventing you from moving as quickly as you will. You're kind of like scratching at it, trying to like pull it off your body, but it's glommed onto you. Your movement speed is currently 0.
Could I, if that's my action, if this is happening to me, can I use my bonus action rather to hide to take a bite at it?
Actually, you would still have your full action, I believe, if you were trying to dash away. Was that your action that you were doing, and then bonus to hide?
That was my idea, yeah.
You know what? I'll say since that got caught on there, if you would like to go ahead and use your action for that, because you could have gone ahead and done like a dash with your bonus, I'll say that you still have your action left.
Okay. Well, I'll take a little whack at it then with my rapier.
All right. Shing! Out flashes the steel. Give me that attack roll. 14 just hits. As you go ahead and bring it back around, your arms are heavy, your feet are onto the ground, but you're still able to go ahead and find purchase. Give me that damage.
Just the tip.
5 points of piercing damage. You go ahead and it's like you're trying to like release the canvas from the frame. You catch the lower corner of it and starting to like flap and wiggle itself around in barely keeping itself aloft. Anything else? I think that should anything else?
Unless I can use my bonus action for a bite, I'll stick with the combo.
I think we'll say that used your bonus when it caught you on the way out. So with that,
Okay.
Flordo, you're up.
All right. I am going to cast. Who's next? 8. I'm going to cast Bardic Inspiration on Ultras.
Ultras, all right. How do you inspire Ultras in this trying time?
Rising up, back on the street. I did my time and took my chances. I went the distance, now I'm back on my feet. Just a man in his will to survive. Let's go!
And as the power of the tiger enters your eyes, Ultras, you go ahead and feel that D6 inspiration surge into your body. Keep in mind, you can use your bless and your inspiration both with each other at the same time.
Okay.
So, Flardo, you still have your action left.
Yes. I don't know how I would do this or if this is even possible, but can I walk up to the painting that's on Gryson and kind of assess if there is what I want to know is if I attack it, will it hurt Gryson? Or will it, I don't know how I could figure that out.
Yeah, go ahead. Say you move into melee range for it, and then give me. We'll say that this is a free action for it. Give me an investigation check.
But sure. Nice.
You definitely move into melee range with it, but as you're there, you're like, let's see, where'd you be? Did you sneak behind him? Where'd you go, Flardo?
I went right, just one tile up.
Where'd you go? There you go. Got to keep you separate there so that I can keep track of you. So
What
as you go, Flardo just disappeared behind Schmeely.
Oh, jeez.
I got you. So as you go ahead and jump up onto the table to see, you're so impressed by the fact that you've got like this cool ass move, and you're like, I gotta get my friend out of here. Crap. You don't have any sense of if this is gonna hurt him or not. You just know you gotta do something, and you're gonna do it.
Oh my god. Okay. And you said that was free. I can use my action?
Yes.
I will take out my dagger and stab the paint.
Take that dagger. Give me that stab. Oh no!
Oh my god. Am I Schmeely? Of this game?
As you go ahead and you do like this really cool, like flip the dagger out, like catch it in your hands and like toss it to your other hand move and like flip it back around, and then you're like, wait, what was I doing with this again? Oh yeah, it's supposed to, and you like go to throw it and it just like the handle hits the painting and kind of like zoop, like slips down. You don't hit any of your compatriots, fortunately, but it does not find anything resembling purchase on that painting. The painting kind of like shifts over towards you now, like firmly locked on, like the hell. Is that the turn?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. Painted Horror number 1 is dead. And so, Agenor, you are up.
I'm gonna use my movement to move closer in. And I'm gonna use Word of Radiance.
Word of Radiance. All right. DC 13 Constitution saving throw. That gets a 12. So 3 points of radiant damage. What is your Word of Radiance, Agenor? Like, what do you use to go ahead and unseal this?
Dasta.
Bam! And with that, the frame glows, breaks, and shatters. And Grayson, you are forcibly ejected back to the material plane, and you go ahead and take 2 points of force damage.
Maybe this is a bludgeoning, piercing, and slash.
Mm-hmm. So unfortunately, that one you gotta take the full 2.
Ouch.
Terrible badness. And with that, the paintings have been obliterated and shattered. Schmeely, you notice like the strange, like paint-like material around you. It starts to like goop and fall to the ground. Your restraints are lifted, and there does not seem to be much left of the canvas itself. But there are definitely a pair of broken wooden frames on either side of you, directly ahead. And with that, we break initiative order.
I just want to mention something just for the future, if anybody remembers and I forget again. But I have this that prevents me from being a Schmeely, kind of.
Oh man, considering that would have absolutely come in for either one of those roles.
I know.
That's
all good.
That's why you look at those sheets. You gotta know all that stuff you can do. Hey,
Well,
that one having
While
an
we're
ass.
on that, I do have a question about one ability that I just haven't really figured out how it actually works, but it's supposed to be open.
yeah, which one?
If you could just give me a little explanation here.
Jack of all trades, yeah. So Jack of all trades is added to your stuff already. So any ability checks that you've got that don't have that little checkbox next to it get half of your proficiency bonus. So, like for instance, you might not have intimidation, but you get +1 to your intimidation already because your proficiency bonus is +2. So that's already like worked into all your math, which is why you're good at all sorts of stuff.
Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Cool.
There you go.
Thank
Yeah, and keep an eye on that lucky there.
I know.
So as these painting frames lay in like a pile of splintered wood, and as Grayson and Shmeely, you're kind of like shaking off the heebie-jeebies of whatever strange place it was that you were just dragged to, what will you all do next?
Shake like a dog and just look at Grayson. I'm gonna just tell him I don't want to go back there.
No, no. I would like to do an investigation check on the frames to see if there's anything useful left over.
Absolutely. Go ahead and give me an investigation. With a 19, actually. So pretty much anybody else would have gone ahead and written it off after like a little bit of searching with it, but from your barbarian perspective, you're like, no, there's magic inside this wood. I'm gonna just like keep digging into it until I go ahead and find something. And lo and behold, you go ahead and find what looks like a thin arcane reed buried in the topmost part of the frame. You're not certain exactly what it does, that not really being your specialty, but you do notice that it's got like this sort of like faint cobalt bluish kind of glow to it. And with that insight, you go ahead and walk over to the other frame, and there's this second reed in there as well. So you can go ahead and add 2 blue arcane reeds to your inventory.
Those look like they can be useful.
Oh, good find.
What's the weight? Doesn't matter.
You can go ahead and point 0.5.
Okay.
About a half pound. That sounds about right. Yeah.
I'll have you look at these later, Professor.
I will definitely do that for you, buddy.
Agent would like to suggest burning all artwork in this building.
Melee nods aggressively.
We're gonna go back to the wall. Look at what we're trying to go back to where we were. North.
North?
North.
All right. And with this, then, I will go ahead and everyone get yourselves into your position that you'd like to be as we move to the next area.
Does my that 22 perception I rolled in the beginning still apply?
I think at this point, because we've had an initiative, if you'd like to go ahead and give me another roll for that, I'm sure you're going to do great. So, impress me. Show me what you got.
I'm also going to roll a perception.
Yeah, anybody who wants to, like, lead this front part here, go right ahead.
So I'm looking for librarians and just any sign of any, new area.
You
Doors.
got it. Flardo, sharp eyes.
Ooh.
Okay. Go ahead and take you all from where you are currently.
How do you guys do that little text? Clyde the Eldritch Butler pleads to the
/EM.
/ what?
EM.
/E. Oh, I just do
Perfect.
/E.
You heard the turtle. I mean, who wants to carry him?
That turtle's not for eating, Shmeely.
Okay. And as you all move further to the north, you continue to move further and further into the depths of the library. With a 16 perception, Flardo, you are starting to notice that there are, again, there's a very familiar feeling to some of these areas that you're seeing. In fact, in particular, we'll say that even though, if anyone would like to actually go around the corner, you said that you're also specifically looking for librarians? No librarians that you detect, but if anyone would like to go ahead and take one more step further, perfect. Thank you, Grayson. And with that... you come around the corner, revealing a beautiful kettle of tea sitting on the counter. You continue to find yourselves in this enormous library space. The ceiling is still massive above you. Even though you've headed a pretty significant way further north, you're also getting the sense that you're not getting a whole lot closer to the walls themselves. You've probably gone at this point, maybe like a quarter of a mile north, and it doesn't look like you've gotten any closer.
This is becoming very frustrating. Well, we did not go north last time, correct?
We've continued north our entire journey,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna be
Last time
rattled up. Shmeely's a little rattled, pointing to the west and saying, "There's paint. There's probably paintings in that room."
What do we want to do? I'd say we go straight north.
I agree.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Excellent. Go ahead and move yourselves a little bit further north.
Can
And
Shmeely drop 2 coins?
oh yes, Shmeely may absolutely drop 2 coins.
I would like to drop 2 coins then, and then I'll continue forward.
Excellent. 2 coins down. Quickest of moments here. All right. And so as the group continues to move itself forward, head in through here. You actually notice, Flardo, with your 16, you for the first time notice that you're not alone. There seems to be another humanoid presence just to the northeast. You kind of hear what sounds like a hand going over a book, kind of like the rustling of paper, maybe like a very hushed cough once in a while. But there definitely appears to be somebody very close by.
I'm going to put my hand up and just put my finger to my mouth to indicate silence to everybody around me.
All right. If anyone would like to go ahead and be extra sneaky at this point, now would be the perfect time for a stealth check.
I will do that.
I'm
14.
gonna cast guidance on Shmeely.
Beautiful. Oh, man. Shmeely, go ahead and add an extra D4 onto that. There we go. These are some stealth rolls here, dudes. That's what I'm talking about. Shmeely, all right. Shmeely adds up to a 28 in stealth. Good lord. And so with that, Shmeely, you go ahead and you fade into the shadows, and everyone else, like, by the time that you notice, like, you're all trying to, like, get yourselves, like, stealthy, like, work on your footsteps, Shmeely has already faded into the shadows. And I'll say with that stealth roll, Shmeely, if you want to take point here, and sort of direct yourself around, I'll let you explore, without any consequences of being spotted by anything. So if you'd like to go ahead and position yourself accordingly, you will not get caught with you won't get caught by anything with a 28 at this point.
I'm definitely going to take the lead and just kind of investigate to see what
Got it.
I'm looking at here or what I heard.
Fantastic. Last question is if you're going to bring the coin with you or not for the extra brightness, or if you're just going to squint.
I feel like the coin is gonna mess with my stealth, so I'm gonna say no.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and say then that you've got about yay much of an area. As you're going ahead and darting from pillar to pillar, you're getting a sense of the positioning of the room. Again, you're full stealth, so nothing for you to worry about just yet.
I'm gonna take another step into the room then, since I can't see too much.
Mm-hmm. Your limited vision isn't enough to go ahead and give a whole lot away. You hear the coughing a little bit louder, still to your northeast, but you're just like slither, 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 like on your belly, like going underneath the table. Like it's like you've got like a little like belly rub thing going on right now. You're not even making a sound.
I'm gonna keep pursuing till I can see what I till I can see something. So I'm gonna take I guess another 2 steps forward or 3 steps.
And as you go ahead and take your steps forward, you go ahead and see a familiar face, actually sitting on the far side of one of the tables. It's in fact the blue dragonborn woman from the romance section, who originally ran into you so many moons ago. But from where you're seated, like laying on the ground right now, and from her paging through the novel that she's looking at, she does not seem to notice your proximity.
Rather than approaching her, I'm gonna maybe slither back. And I think I'm just gonna inform the group that it's who we are or who do we have to expect, rather than going up and interacting with them.
Absolutely. So the group, you're all relayed that, sitting in the near darkness in this corner of the library is this dragonborn woman who you had all originally met as, you never actually got her name, but the first individual who greeted you all to the romance section.
Everyone is that weird dragon lady from the romance section. What should we do? She was friendly before.
Maybe.
We should go greet.
Yes.
Let's all pursue forward then.
Excellent. All right. As the group goes ahead and makes your way around, I'll say that, this time it's a little bit more overt what you're doing, and with the dark vision, we'll go ahead and give the rest of the room away here. Anyone who'd like to go ahead and is proficient in investigation, also feel free to give me a roll. 17. Professor Chmeely, you go ahead and look at each other, and as you make eye contact, you're not both certain, which is why you had to kind of like look at each other for the confirmation. But you're getting that deja vu feeling again, and the architecture of this room feels horribly familiar to the last couple of like central atrium style rooms that you found yourself in here. As you come around the corner, you notice the dragonborn woman looks up at you. She kind of like takes the book, folds it, puts it down, and she goes ahead and cracks an enormous toothy grin at Flardo.
Oh. I'm going to look her direction and give her a big smile.
Well, well, well. You're as much of a liar as you are handsome.
A liar?
It's a compliment, because you are a liar. You told me you didn't have this book. and you see the Dragonborn woman lift up the book, and it's in fact a copy of the understudies. In fact, your copy of the understudies that you just returned last night.
How do you know that that's what I returned?
We've been looking for this book for decades. I've been looking for this book for decades. And I'm supposed to just believe that after all of this time, it appears on the shelf right where it's supposed to, the day after we meet the mysterious halfling and his vanishing book.
Well, you could believe in what you want to believe, but with all due respect, I don't really have to answer to you in any way. So
Oh no, you don't have to answer to me at all. I apologize, I didn't want to give you that impression. I wanted to say thank you.
thank you. So you got your book and you're enjoying it?
Not just that I'm getting it and I'm enjoying it. This is the book that got me into this library in the first place.
Well, I'm glad that this coincidence could be a positive for you.
And as you see, the Dragonborn woman looks you even closer into the eyes. And she says, kind of quizzically at you, "Does the name Sahira mean anything to you?"
Who who's that?
Hmm. I'm curious. I'm asking you.
Um I possibly heard of that name before.
Just sent you
Yeah.
a whisper.
I know. Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
She kind of like, actually make me a deception check at this point.
Nice.
19. You see this Dragonborn woman kind of like cock her head, very confused. Oh, you remind me so much of her. And it's been so long since I've seen the book, and so long since I've seen her. I had to assume you were her son or her brother or some relation. You
I'm
don't know
going to.
you don't know who Sahira Gamwez is?
So I guess we're both liars.
Go
Is that
on.
true?
Okay, so I will. So you got your book back.
Mhm.
I asked you last time I saw you if you had seen anybody, and you said no.
It hasn't been for decades.
Well, I asked you, and if you had helped me, I would have helped you.
So angry, so angry. I meant no offense.
It's
I did not
okay.
make I did not make the connection until I saw the book back on the shelf.
Okay. Well, what do you know?
Flordo, do you happen to have the library card still in your inventory?
Yes, I do.
As you see, the Dragonborn woman go ahead and pull her copy of the understudies over to you. She opens up the front cover, and you see where the card would be a clone, a duplicate of the card that you have in your possession. And on that card are three names, the list of the last people to go ahead and check out the books. The first was Ware Keres, the second was Sheila Harandon, and the third was Sahira Gamwez. And she goes ahead and points next to Sheila, and she goes, "I'm Sheila. I'm the person who brought your mother into this library in the first place, and she was the one who got out. I'm the one who stayed here all this time afterwards."
You brought her here?
No, sort of a group outing, I guess you could say. You know, we were both adventurers of a sort and both eager to go ahead and make names for ourselves. And we were young and foolish and full of alcohol. And so, of course, that would be the perfect way to go ahead to find the Wandering Library of Underhill and the books within with your best friends growing up. Yeah, of course, we would do that together.
Adventure. My sh- my mother is a traveling merchant, not an adventurer. She wouldn't even know what to do. She doesn't even know how to build a fire.
She doesn't need to know how to build a fire. Do you see fires in here? No, she was a merchant. She was drawn to the rare, the exotic. And this is a place full of the rare and exotic. And so we got in here together, and once we found our way out, she was the one who decided to leave. How old are you?
I would say I'm in my late 20s.
Perhaps you should ask your mother about what happened when she was about your age. I think she's been keeping some secrets from you.
Okay.
This mom found some
I want to see if I do have the zone of truth.
Oh yeah, you are both. You are. I'm assuming, Age Nor, that if you've cast the Zone of Truth, everything that's been going on here has been honest, coming from Sheila's mouth.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you, Agenor. So, did you want to leave with her?
Why would I want to leave? This is paradise.
Okay, well, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I wouldn't want to interrupt, because, to be honest, the lack of an interruption is sort of why we've all stayed here. You know, this place is outside of time. It provides us everything we need. You know, all of the space and opportunity to catch up on all the reading that you've always wished you could catch up on. You don't recognize that feeling? Of all the time in the world to find your pursuits, to find what really makes you happy? That doesn't interest you?
It possibly would if this was a guitar center, but I'm not much of a reader.
Me neither.
What a shame. Then I suppose you'll be leaving us as well then, won't you?
Since you have gotten your book back, can you help us get out?
I don't know. Will it cost me everything?
Well, I'm assuming you helped my mother leave the first time.
Your mother helped herself, but I know how she escaped.
Please, do tell.
You were kind enough to bring me the book back. But I am not joking when I say that this could be the end of everything I've known. Are you certain you want to know, that you need to know how to escape?
I'm gonna just turn my head around to the rest of the party. I'm gonna look at them and see what their reactions are to what she just said. I'm looking to see if people are looking scared or if they're looking promising.
Walter's
He's
just
mean.
stone cold, no emotion.
This place is dizzying and nauseating. I'm ready to leave whenever.
Shmelee's wide-eyed for an escape.
Yes, I'd definitely like to leave here. I don't want to be surrounded by books forever.
Oh, what a shame. And when there's so much time left for you to go ahead and end this, I will let you out with two last questions, young Flardo.
Yes.
The first, when was the last time you saw your mother? Was she well?
She was. It was months ago at this point, but she was doing very well.
Do you miss her?
Very much.
And this makes me even more of a liar to ask another question, but do you promise that once you get out, you will find her And you'll stop this?
Stop this.
Do you promise?
What do you mean, stop this?
Surely you start to see the ways in which time, space, souls, bodies, all of these things are moving. And if it's not clear yet, it will be soon. Do you mean to find her?
I do.
And she kind of looks back to the rest of the group and says, "And you all are here to help?"
Yes.
Yes.
Melee
Ultras
nods.
nods.
She looks particularly at Agenor. Yes, you most of all. She leans down next to Flardo and very softly, in a whisper, says into your ear, and then she leans back. She turns around, heads back over to where her book is, and she lights a candle and goes back to her reading.
Okay. Can I assume the zone of silence was still, or zone of truth was still?
It has been less than 10 minutes.
Okay, great. All right, I'm just going to burst out. This is all an illusion! As
And
loud as I possibly can.
absolutely, make me a performance check.
You know me so well. Nope.
Oh wait! Oh no!
Lucky.
Oh no! Oh no!
Lucky. Nat 1, more like Nat 20.
Ooh.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is why you read your character sheet.
Yeah!
At first, you think that there could be a lie somewhere. That somehow maybe she's lying to you, and like maybe that lie, if you say it, like it won't get through. Like if it isn't an illusion, like maybe the zone of truth is going to interfere with it. But as the words start to form in your mouth and you say, "This is an illusion," the zone of truth actually flares up, being that a great and powerful truth has just been spoken. And I would like everybody to make me perception checks. And by everybody, I do mean everybody.
God.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Good God!
Oh,
Guys!
good.
Guys! All right. Well, thankfully, Grayson, when everyone seems so thunderstruck at, the sudden announcement of this, like, yowling gasp into the air, Grayson, you hear, thanks to your keen stone senses, you hear far to the south and to the east, you hear the grinding of stone, a deep and heavy, heavy sound. And that's where we're going to take a break.
I like it. All these nat ones, dude.
Oh my God, we're
This
trash.
is horrible. Horrible. There is like no, it is like a sea of red here. Thank God you're getting him out of the way right now before it's too dangerous.
Yeah, right.
Fabulous. So you all hear absolutely nothing, but Grayson hears the grinding of stone. He gives everybody a firm elbow into the ribs, and this is where we're going to take a quick little 10-minute break here.
Nice.
I like it.
Excellent.
I will be back.
All right,
Hell
stretch your
yeah.
legs. and get yourself ready because things are about to pick up here. So once you come back, like have your drink, all your stuff, because the pace is officially up.
Shit's getting real.
Cool. See y'all in a minute.
Nice. All right, I'm gonna go take a pee pee. That's on stream. Sorry.
say to you, if you do, just be aware that if you come in that hardball, they call it poisoning the well. Uh-oh. All right, party people.
All right.
Let's do it.
All right, everybody fed, watered, have a new caffeinated beverage at your side.
I got Kool-Aid.
Ooh.
Ooh. Fresh.
Did you stir it with your hand?
Yeah, like all the way up to the elbow.
Perfect.
All right, so quick check-in. Grayson, you here?
Yes.
Nigel, you here?
I'm here.
Agenor?
Yep.
Schmeely? Schmeely? Florida?
I'm here.
And Ultras.
I'm back. Sorry.
That's all good. It's Schmeely that is still wiggling around. So while we're waiting for Schmeely, did anyone want to say or do any last things with Sheila before you all start to investigate the strange stone noise that you all heard further to the south?
Yes, I'd like to question her why I should have a interest in Florida's mother.
And assuming that you're still in the zone of truth, she'll go ahead. Her eyes are very firmly fixed on the book at this point, and you can tell, compared to the very lax attitude by which she was reading earlier, now she's really got her eyes set, and she's almost speed reading this. As you ask her why you should care about Florida's mother, she goes ahead and says, "Well, how's your family?"
Dead.
Hmm. And don't you miss your mother?
It's okay. Let it out.
That was a long time ago.
Hmm.
Put my arm around his shoulder.
But how long is a long time? Is a long time something that is a long time in your eyes, or is it a long time in the context of a place like this? Then, again, without looking up from the book, she kind of raises one hand and gestures up towards the ceiling.
A long time in my eyes, in an elf's eyes.
Hmm. But these books are older than the elves. Not all of them, but some of them. And you don't think there's secrets in here?
What secrets are you implying?
I think it would be wonderful if all of you found Flardo's mother together, because Sahara is a wonderful person, and I think that she will have so much to offer you.
Agent getting impatient, drops his mace on the desk
Oh,
and says I don't care their interest. What interest do I have in his mother?
make an intimidation check. You're gonna have to beat a 17.
Oof.
She rolled great. Yeah, you can go ahead and give yourself a guidance back, Pat. So as you watch Agenor looming over this, kind kind of petite, waifish, dragonborn woman. You go ahead and watch the eyes like flicker up at you. 14 intimidation. Give me that guidance.
D4. Oh, just
Ah. As you lay that mace on the table and you hear that boom and the resonance passes throughout the library, her eyes remain fixed on the book and she goes, I'm certain there is more to this than you perceive at this point, but we have very limited time and I would like to finish this book.
fine.
And she goes back to reading.
She don't play that shit, brother.
Shmeely, are you back with us?
Shmeely is back.
Excellent, excellent.
Eating as usual.
Can I make a check on her to see if she's undead? Like, what role would that be?
To see if she's undead, I think that would probably be a religion check. Religion, maybe Arcana. I'll say it'll be a religion check with a high DC, or if you, because there's some things that let you specifically look for undead. So we'll say that it's like a high DC, but if you do an awesome religion roll, you can come up with something.
Okay. I'm gonna move up and just inspect her. I'm gonna do my history roll or religion roll. Excuse me.
Religion with a 16. You don't have any reason to think that she's undead. As you're looking her up and down, she seems maybe a little older. It's certainly like she's not like a dragonborn live a fair bit. She's not like a spring chicken at this point. But neither are you getting the impression that there's like any necromantic energy or like anything like stitching her together. It seems like she's is what she is, at least with a 16.
Okay. I'm gonna move away.
She goes ahead, not without looking up from the book. She kind of gives you a little wave with a couple of her claws, and then turns the page.
Let's go find out what the banging is. Or grinding.
me.
Stone noise.
Oh, sound noise. Barbarians. Not
I'm
well
not the
versed
one
in
that-
their intelligence.
I'm not the one that tried to scare an elf. Or a dragon thing.
Dragonborn.
All right. So as you're all going ahead and maneuvering yourselves, are you headed back to the south?
That's the direction you said it came from, yeah?
Yes, indeed. That is where the grinding of stone came.
Yes, we should head south.
Excellent. Agenor, as you're leaving, a quick sensation passes over the back of your mind and then leaves. All right, everyone, if you'd like to go ahead and give me the order that you'd like to go ahead and travel south in. I'm assuming that what's the final destination of the group, so I can go ahead and try to accelerate that.
The grinding sound.
Yeah, try to
Mhm.
go as near there as possible.
To the to the mysterious grinding sound. Consider it done. All right. As you copy the group, and just confirming, Agenor, did you receive the mental energy?
Yes.
Terrific. All right. So we go back to other side of the infinite library. Excellent. I would like, actually, this is, there's no roll is going to be necessary for this because Shmeely, you ever so thoughtfully laid out a path of gold coins for the group. So as we all move along here, the group will go ahead, travel to the south. Whoop, missed you, Flardo. Along towards the east. At which point you see some of the gold coins. Back through the main path. And following the trail of gold, you all make yourselves down just in time to see the residents of the romance section awaiting you at the opposite end of the hall. And you see Mika standing at the center of the group, all of them looking significantly less glassy-eyed and jovial than the last time you saw them. And you know the men sit there, you know, kind of standing like trying to look intimidating with their arms crossed. You know, the couple of like the halfling and gnome woman, you know, there's no cuteness in her eyes anymore. She's just kind of like staring daggers at the bunch of you. It's a very tense kind of atmosphere as you approach. As Mika goes, well, 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 you found your way out. So many of you all at the same time. Oh, this isn't going to do now, is it? And you see that he goes ahead and crosses his arms now. Not necessarily like outright aggressively, but as you're trying to figure out how to get back like further down the hallway, it's really apparent that they've kind of stepped in and are blocking your path.
Can I cast a spell?
You may absolutely cast a spell.
All right, I would like to cast Charm Person.
Oh, interesting. Go ahead and oh, and there we go. That's what it is. Make a Wisdom saving throw. What's your DC? You go to your spell page and it's the 2-digit number.
Yes, it is 13.
13. Regards you as a friendly acquaintance. As you see Mika standing there with his arms crossed and trying to like give you like this really intimidating frown that only like a bookworm can really give you, you go ahead and see the arms uncross and kind of spread out to either side with like this smile on his face, and he's like, now, Flardo, was it? Yeah,
Yes.
you have to understand the risk of what you're about to do here, surely.
I mean, to be honest, I actually do not know the risk, but I came here only to return a book. I was not intending on staying. Any brother.
You see that his eyes get really wide, like he's like worried about you. Like, wait, why would you do that? And he kind of looks taken aback and goes, but you said it out loud, so surely you know the true nature by now, right?
Well, I've heard people have escaped before.
They have, but 1, 2, all 6 of you? That's too much. That's too much leaving the library all at once. It's an illusion. This library isn't real. And you hear another grinding of stone very loud from somewhere else within the library. And he starts to look even more terrified, and he goes, the more we acknowledge it, the less real it becomes. All of this is a lie. All of the shelves, all of the tables, all of the lights, all of the tea, it's all an illusion. You hear another grinding of stone. But you have to live the lie, otherwise it all goes away. And what happens if it all goes away? He's really, really looking scared. He's, like, concerned for your well-being right now.
Well, is there any way that you and your compatriots can help me? Help us?
If
We
he...
helped you.
If we let you out, if we help you, it's going to be so bad for us. And at this point now, everybody is starting to look concerned. Like, they're not affected by the charm person, but they've looked to Mika for so long as their leader. The fact that he's just completely gone soft-spined at this moment is getting him, like, really peculiar looks from the rest of his group.
Well, I'm sorry, but we have to get out of here. We have to leave. We have an adventure we have to go upon just to find my mother, let alone find out everybody else's backstory / plot. If you're not going to help us, then we'll just have to work our way through you ourselves. Non-violently, of course.
That was almost an intimidation, but make me a persuasion check.
Cool. Persuade.
That's that big Flardo money.
Oh.
Yep. Unbelievable. Mika looks at the rest of the group. The rest of the group all looks at Mika. And slowly but surely, everyone steps aside. The young gnomish woman in particular looks right at you, Gryson, with like this really, really intense look. Like she doesn't know whether to like scream at you or just let you pass. But Mika gestures to the room that you all entered the library from, and with a great voice of trepidation says, "It's in there."
Okay.
The
Mika,
the group steps aside.
do you want help? Do you need help getting out of here?
Mm,
I don't think they want to leave. Is the problem?
I'm just trying to be nice. I don't care. I'm just trying to be nice, you know.
there's no helping.
Okay.
There's no helping us at this point. You're going to do what you need to do, and I understand. But oh, please be careful.
Okay. I'm going to give Mika a little gift from my inventory, part of my diplomat's pack. I'm going to hand him a bottle of perfume.
All right. Mika kind of like looks at the bottle of perfume, a little confused for a moment, and kind of like blinks for a second. Make me a persuasion check.
Sure. Persuasion. Oh God.
With a 7, you hand over the bottle of perfume, and Mika kind of like looks at you, looks down at the perfume, and looks back at you and goes, "You know, this reminds me of when Sweeney gave Belinda the perfume, but she was allergic." Go! Go forth! And
I'm sorry.
they all start like kind of weeping to themselves. They kind of like as a group like make their way back into the romance section. At which point you kind of hear like the sounds of like shuffling inside, and you are free to pass forward.
I just wanted to say that Gryson gives the weird gnomish chick a weird, confused look.
She just kind of shakes her head sadly and says in Gnomish, which you do not understand, but Professor Nigel Gobsworth, you do. I will whisper you what you hear.
Let's go, Grayson. I get my mother and you get you a little booze.
All right, so go ahead and you all have determined that you are still hearing this low sound of grinding stone coming back from that room that you originally first came from. And in fact, now you hear a couple of other points, especially after Mika mentioned the nature of the illusion. There's now several points of grinding stone that you hear growing louder and louder throughout the library.
Well,
I nudge Grayson.
Uh,
Nice
she
to be a
say?
tall dream, huh?
Oh my.
Yep, I'm calling you a dream boy now.
Great job, Flardo.
oh, thank
And as the group makes your way down, I'll go ahead and start positioning yourselves in front of in front here. Indeed, and as you go to examine the room that you all previously entered, most regrettably, there doesn't seem to be anything in there. The room has completely ceased to exist. In its place is nothing but a wide, dark void that seems to spread downward into infinity.
May I make an Arcana check?
You may absolutely make an Arcana check. Let's see here. With a 15, Professor, you look down there, and it would appear that this was a seam in the illusions that was holding this reality together. And as this is the place in which you all entered, logically, the hole, now that you're on your way out, comes from that same place from where you started. That being said, though, you all came in through like this long hallway. This looked like a drop straight down for a distance that you cannot perceive at this time.
Can Shmeely throw one of his torches down?
Shmeely may absolutely throw one of your torches down. Go ahead and mark one of those off your inventory. So Shmeely, what are you looking for as you go ahead and drop this down? Like, what are your keen lizard eyes trying to spot out?
Just kind of the floor to see if when the torch hits the ground to see exactly how deep this thing may go.
All right, and do you just kind of like drop it, or do you like throw it with a little force?
I don't throw it down. I just kind of more just like lob it up and just let it fall down. Let gravity take its course.
There you go. Like a 1960s NBA player, you go ahead and softly lob this torch up into the air. Going for the free throw. You see the light very quickly grow dimmer as it starts to fall. The torch doesn't seem to extinguish itself, but it does look like it is going through a period of magical darkness. Whatever is directly underneath, it seems like it's some kind of a liminal space between the illusion and what's ever on the other side.
Well, I have an idea. It might sound a little bit mad, but it's an idea. So this is an illusion. What if we try to disbelieve as we go through the portal? Use all your mental strength.
Don't believe in magic libraries.
Did you say that actually? Who said that out loud?
Grayson.
Grayson, actually, as you say, I do not believe in magic libraries, you hear another grinding of stone, and it looks like a piece of the wall has just fallen out of place and is now collided with the ground.
I'd say we take a leap of faith. Jump through the hole.
I also do not believe in a magic library. What is this, fairyland?
How about we have a little song, Bard? Would you lead us?
Absolutely. Okay. Down into the hall we go. We don't believe in magic library. No, we don't.
We don't.
No, we don't.
No, we don't.
Libraries are for stupid people who don't know what people actually believe in because no one believes it. No, we don't.
No, we don't!
We don't.
You hear the romance section start to join in, even in spite of themselves because of how catchy it is. Give me a performance check with advantage because you got a sing along going.
You goddamn right I will.
Bryson's just rolling his eyes, by the way.
With a 26 in performance, geez. As you're singing, seems to attract the attention of several librarians that were passing by on their rounds. You notice that the librarians, as they start to approach you, aren't holding themselves together particularly well. In fact, one of the librarians is moving upside down and doesn't seem like it's capable of tracking where the sound is coming from. The other one seems like it just keeps snapping back and forth, almost like the creature underneath it is like some sort of like ragged puppet, and it doesn't have the strength or acuity at this point to keep moving itself around. The librarian, it starts shhing and then starts like laughing and then cries a little bit. It going through sort of these like rapid fire series of emotions. And as you sing louder and louder, the space actually within the environment, it just keeps getting deeper and more resonant. In fact, it grows so deep and so powerful that in a line that sort of splits outward from the ground and then travels further. First, Grayson and Shmeely fall into the ground that appears. So both of you make me dexterity saving throws.
Yes. I have that.
Shmeely with a 10.
Sorry. I have a thing. I'm trying to find it. Danger sense. I have
Ooh.
advantage on dexterity saving throws.
Yes, indeed you do. So go ahead and give me that dex save with advantage. As your instincts, before you start to see these cobblestones starting to fall away, immediately kicks in, and thank gosh it does, because your heels kick into the ground and jump you back and out of the way to safety. Oops. Damn you, convoluted shape thing. Grayson, you go ahead and you manage to make your way out of the way. Shmeely, on the other hand, you feel the rocks disappear out from underneath you, and as you start to fall downward, you don't feel like you're falling at full speed. You actually feel like it's almost like you're falling through tapioca or falling through molasses. And as you're starting to descend into the ground, at first you're panicking, thinking that your feet aren't going to make it. But then you realize that you're floating slowly, slowly, slowly downwards. The ground continues to spread its way forward. Next up, unless anyone else wants to jump in, is going to be Ultras, Agenor, and the Professor.
Grayson's gonna jump in.
Grayson jumps in.
Florida.
Flardo jumps in.
Professor follows Flordo.
Professor follows Flardo. Agenor, you go ahead and dash yourself out of the way, so you keep yourself from falling in until you want to. Ultras, give me that save.
I'm gonna jump in.
Ultras jumps in. And then Agenor?
Sending the bush in first, and then I'll go.
And then you go. Okay. And so with that, you all descend very, very slowly. And as you're traveling into the magical darkness at first, you think that you're able to get a sense of the background. You know, you can see the person ahead of you. But as you're falling, you feel very slow. In fact, as you're falling, it feels like you're falling slower and slower, and the darkness is getting thicker and thicker. Uh, Professor, make me an Arcana check. 16. With a 16, you actually know enough about photons and the way that light travels that from your perception, it would seem that light itself is somehow being slowed inside this liminal space that you all feel yourself descending through. As you float through inky blackness for 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, you start to see a golden light far, far in the distance towards your feet. And this is the part where I'm going to ask for 5 minutes to make sure that I've got the next part set up properly, and to make sure that you all have an exciting little time here. So give me 5 minutes while I go ahead and take this next step, and get yourselves ready for another skill challenge here.
Ooh.
Brace yourselves.
This is so much fun, guys. I love you. Florida doesn't feel the love.
I
Oh,
All right. I'm going to take 5 minutes here real quick, and then we'll get to it, so mute myself.
No, I don't.
you should sing Cher.
No way, bro. What?
Do you believe in life after love?
Oh, yeah, that song is a banger. I could do that all fucking day, man. Stop.
Okay, so let me go ahead and double check that I got the order on this correct. So it started with Shmeely, you were the first one to go ahead and descend, were you not?
That was correct.
And then it went Gryson, and then it went Flardo, and then it went Professor,
Oh
Ultras,
yeah, Professor.
Agenor. Excellent. I'm just going ahead and making sure I've got that set for me correctly, huh?
Do you believe in life after love?
Down,
Do
down.
you believe in
What a
life after
great
love?
dart song. Sorry, I
Fuck
even
it.
outed you, dude.
Dude, have you guys heard the South Park version? They like butchered it. It's amazing. They get to torture people. They just I think it's Mr. Garrison. They just blare share outside of his house.
I don't remember that one.
Oh god, it's amazing.
That's deadly. I mean, that's like a war crime at that point. Like,
Yeah.
weaponized share, Jesus.
Yeah, and it's that song where they butcher it.
It's unfair. How are humans supposed to deal with this kind of thing? Cruel and unusual.
I cannot get that out of my head now.
It's like the 80s are back again. Hell yeah.
That song specifically is like 1999, like in my mind, like what I remember as a child. Do you build? You know, I'm just gonna save it for the Bard song.
If I could turn back time,
Oh
if
my
I could find a way.
Zombie, zombie.
Cranberries.
Hey, don't put this on the cranberries.
In your head, zombies, zombies.
That's beautiful.
That's
I love her, dude.
hideously accurate. Hideously. I'm shocked and appalled, and more than a little heartbroken. All right.
So did we all get disadvantaged rolls after hearing that song?
No, in fact,
Weaponized share, man.
no, in fact, all of you get advantage because of the Academy Award winner Cher going ahead and getting involved in this operation. You keep sending me on these
Oh.
chicken shit gigs.
Oh gosh. Think you hear?
All right. So, with a grand and tremendous shift, you all have fallen into this dark, dark abyss. I would like anyone who is proficient in perception to go ahead and give me one more perception roll, just straight perception. Grayson, you did that with advantage, so your first one's a 7.
Didn't mean to. Okay.
It's all good.
Yep.
And anybody else who's got that checkbox next to it? Schmeely 22, that's what we're looking for. All right. Schmeely, as you look up at the environment here, and as you're sort of descending down towards this kind of gold environment, you flick your head up very briefly, and you notice that it seems like the hole that you all fell in through is getting larger. And it doesn't look like this is just like a little like crack in the ceiling anymore. In fact, it looks like the library itself might be collapsing inward here. So as the perspective shifts over, you suddenly cross over the invisible barrier between the magical darkness and this gold realm before you, and you fall hard. Bam! I need you to go ahead and make me a dexterity saving throw.
All of us?
Yeah, let's all get that out of the way. So everyone make a dex save, and this is going to be what you roll with. So that's a 10 pass, 8 fail, 2 fail, 11, 19, pass and pass. Last one is Ultras. Nice. All right. So Schmeely, with a 10, you go ahead and just manage to catch yourself on the ground to avoid like hurting your legs or like leaving you winded. And you suddenly hear a massive noise. What you realize is that you are inside what can only be described as the contraption that moves the legs of the library. There is this long, twisting kind of corridor ahead of you with all of this clockwork and these what looks like this grinding area up ahead of you that you realize with the sounds that are coming around you that this is the housing that holds those legs of the library. As you start to come to, you realize that you are actually on a conveyor belt. And this conveyor belt is shifting you progressively further towards this grinding area where the legs operate. It is your turn. What would you like to do? Can I explain? Do you want to take a quick look around or anything like that?
Oh,
There's
Sorry, I was muted.
Okay.
I wanted to maybe resist the conveyor belt as like far as taking steps backwards until I could maybe see another one of my party members.
Absolutely. So if you want to go ahead and use your movement, you can go ahead and try to run opposite the conveyor belt. So just your standard movement.
So I would be I felt this is where I fell,
Mhm.
right? And I'm going towards this area.
That is correct.
All right, so I'm just gonna take a few steps back.
You're gonna take a few steps back. Okay. Are you moving your full movement?
I was here. Yeah.
You were there.
As far as I could go, I guess right here.
Gotcha. So with 30 feet of movement, that's what you have?
Yes.
With 30 feet of movement, you are actually only able to move yourself up about 5 feet because the conveyor belt is tick, 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 ticking away, and at your standard walking pace, you feel like you're getting drawn towards that grinder pretty darn quickly.
Can I use my bonus action to dash?
You may certainly do that.
All right, well, I'm gonna do that. So I guess I'll be able to move 10 feet since I'll be able to go 60.
Yes, indeed. So you can go ahead and move
All right.
another 10. And as you run up there, you see that to the north and to the south, there seem to be a pair of these like burnished like metal platforms, almost like if there were going to be an operator station or something, like it would be on one of these. The problem with it is that there doesn't seem to be really much of any sort of writing or any kind of instructions. It just seems that all of this is just moving along. Next up here is going to be Gryson in the order. So Gryson, you go ahead and boom. You catch yourself with a 19. Bam! Superhero 3-point landing without any difficulty. You find yourself on this conveyor belt and you are being dragged towards this grinder.
I'm gonna run backwards as fast as I can.
Absolutely. What's your movement speed?
25.
25. So if you're able to, you use your dash, you will be able to move 5 feet.
Okay.
There you go. Shmeely, anything with your turn? So we'll go ahead and start putting together an initiative order here.
All right, so it's back to me.
Mm-hmm.
Can I leap onto the platform?
Yes, you certainly may. Give me an acrobatics check. 20. You don't even have to try. You go ahead and those powerful legs kick you off and you catch yourself up on the north side. We'll say that was your action to get you off the conveyor belt. You now have your movement and a bonus action.
With my bonus action, can I bring out my hemp rope?
You may certainly do that. Won't be able to use it this turn, but you'll have it at the ready.
Yeah, I would like to ready my hemp rope.
Fantastic. Preparing yourself with a hemp rope. All right, next up in the order here is Flardo. Flardo, you caught yourself with an 8, so unfortunately, boom, you go ahead and fall and you hit the ground and you actually get knocked prone. So in order for you to go ahead and get yourself back up, that's going to use half of your movement just to get yourself back to your feet. What is your movement?
20.
Your movement, it's 20? It's only 20?
Right? Yeah.
For Flardo, that's what it says on your... No, it's 25.
20. Okay.
Yeah, it's your speed next to your initiative.
Okay, yeah. 25.
All right. So, you've got 25 of movement, so for you to get back up on your feet, that would be 15 feet, so you'll go ahead and have 10 feet of movement available to you. Do you want to get up from prone?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Sorry, the map is kind of bugging out for me. It's not bugging out. I can't like it's just like a square. I can't move like too much. That's why I can't really see. I'm trying to use my ruler.
Gotcha.
There you go.
Yeah, and if you need to refresh or whatever, just take it when you got the opportunity.
Cool.
There you go.
So I'm gonna move right above. I'm gonna do the same thing as them.
And as you move, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You take 2 steps forward and are dragged 5 steps further towards the grinder. As the time that you spent trying to peel yourself up off the ground, cost you precious moments.
Okay.
Anything with your bonus action or your action?
Can I make a acrobatics check in any way to kind of like leap forward a little bit, or maybe hold on to one of those rigs that are to the left and right of me, or
Yeah,
the cogs?
absolutely. Go ahead and make me just the flat acrobatics check. Let's see how bold you end up feeling. Eight.
Nice.
You know, with an 8, if it was much lower than that, I would probably end up knocking you on your foot again. But with an 8, you're kind of looking around, and because it's moving so quickly, there's all these panels shifting around you. You're struggling to even get your footing well enough. There definitely seems like stuff that once you get yourself positioned better, you'll be able to jump off of or run with. But as of right now, it's looking a little hairy. I would also like, actually, if somebody could go ahead and just give me one quick initiative roll so I can get that turn order back up. I just need one, so whoever clicks it first. Perfect. Thank you, thank you. All right, so the order will go. We'll have Shmeely because Shmeely went first, then we go Gryson, and then we go Flardo. And then we go Professor. Then we go Ultras. Then we go H-Nor.
Don't forget the bush.
Oh, I almost forgot. Excellent. And the shrub actually jumped in before you did, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
All right. Flardo, you just went. So now we'll get Shmeely, you get one, and then Gryson, you get one, and then the Professor's going to get tagged in next.
I'm gonna toss my hemp rope over to Flardo.
You're going to go ahead and toss your hemp rope to Flardo. Go ahead and just give me a straight dexterity roll. So just on the left side where it has your stats, just click Dex. Oh, that's excellent. You go ahead, like 1, 2, 3, you toss it, you go ahead and lob a knotted end over towards him. And Flardo, this is an easy catch for you. Go ahead and bam, catch onto it, no problem.
Cool.
So that's gonna count as my action.
That's your action.
Well, I guess for my next I don't know what else I could do, but next turn I'm gonna try to pull him up.
All
Unless
right.
I could do that for my bonus.
That would be that's one of those like if you're working together, that's we'll say that you're giving him the help action on his pull to get himself up there.
How about that then? Yeah, can I use Master Tactics on him?
Absolutely. So you'll go ahead and you will help on his next pull.
Okay.
Perfect. All right. Gryson, anything with yours?
Well, I'm gonna pull my rope out just to have it handy, and then I'm gonna sprint backwards.
Excellent. You go ahead and take that sprint. Trot, 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 trot. Go ahead and give me a quick acrobatics check. It's low DC just to make sure that nothing tragic happens to you while you're trying to jump off. Yeah, you're good. You go ahead and leap yourself up onto the northern side of that platform.
Hey.
All right, so you can go ahead and remove yourself from there. All right, and next up, bam! Professor, you go ahead and collide with the ground. With an 11, you pick yourself up. I'm sorry, I got you confused with H-Nor for a hot second there. You pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and phew! Clyde falls right down and lands in your arms. You've got 25 of movement.
I will move.
All right, without a dash, you're only going to be able to hold yourself basically in place.
Since I have 25 movement.
Correct. It's moving
Alright.
25 feet against you, so if you're dashing, that's it gets a little bit more ambiguous with it. Trying to work with like a funky rule set for the conveyor belt.
Right.
Especially you need a dash, right?
Yeah, if you dash, you go ahead and you'll get a couple of squares of movement.
I will cast Expeditious Retreat on myself.
Now we're thinking. Excellent. So that gives you dash on this action and then as a future bonus action, correct?
And 10 feet of movement.
Oh, that's 10 feet of movement? I thought that was long strider.
Wait. Yep, you're right. I think that's right. Let me see.
Yes, you can, when you cast a spell, and then as a bonus action, you can take the dash action. There you go. Yeah, long strider's the extra 10 feet.
Cool. Yep, I'll do that so I try to dash.
Bam! What tool do you use to go ahead and amp yourself up with this expeditious retreat?
I grab my monkey wrench and start tightening my boots.
And as the ratchets go ahead and like tighten themselves up, there's a big surge of speed. You get to move 2 squares. So you go ahead and get yourself 10 feet forward, and you are doing just fine. Flardo, you're up.
Okay, so my hand is in the rope right now.
Your hand is in the rope.
Okay. Would it be my action or a bonus action to use my own arms to kind of pull, left arm pull, right arm pull, you know?
Yeah, that's your that's going to be with your action, and that's going to be a strength check. Just straight flat strength or athletics if you've got it.
I'll use athletics. They're both terrible. I'll do athletics.
All right, so you start pulling yourself forward here. You've got like the rope, like kind of like giving you that friction burn in between your hands. But with a 15, you're starting to make that good progress with it. You go ahead and manage to pull yourself forward a good, let's say 10 feet up ahead. You go ahead and manage to make some serious distance on it. You still have your movement, and you still have your bonus action.
Okay. I'm going to quickly use Bardic Inspiration onto just really fast. I'm just gonna let out a Shmeely, you're my boy, and inspire the shit out of him.
Shmeely, you feel that like deep in your lizard glands. You are awesome, and you've got this. Take that D6 when you need it.
Cool.
All right, Grayson. Anything that you're doing at this point?
I'm gonna move back here,
Excellent.
and then I'm just gonna kind of toss my rope out onto the conveyor belt and let it just kind of pull it a little bit.
Cool. Go ahead to get it out there. Just like preemptively throw it. Just give me a straight dex roll.
That's a saving
That's
throw.
a save, but I see. You rolled a 16. So yeah, you get it out there, and you've preemptively laid out this little knot of rope. It goes ahead and like almost seems like it's lodged itself in between one of the little cracks on it. So you know, if anything, you kind of notice that it's getting pulled along at a pretty quick rate as the conveyor belt continues to move. So we'll say that you threw it down there just so you don't trip up Flardo.
Yep.
All right. Let's see here. Shmeely, are you doing anything?
Can I do a strength check to pull Mr. Flardo Gamwees up?
Absolutely. Give me that strength check.
All right.
Actually, make it athletics. This is beefy boy territory.
All right. Athletics it is. Whew, and I'm gonna use that bardic inspiration right now.
Yeah, that's a good time to break it out.
1d6.
1d6. Oh, you almost butterfinger it, and Flardo actually very quickly loses like 5 feet of territory as the knot kind of like slips out of your hands, but you just manage to catch it, and like your muscles strain against it, but Flardo isn't losing any more ground than the quick little moment's breath there.
Jesus. All right, and then I'm gonna use I guess Master of Tactics again on Flardo just in case he needs it.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, and make sure, Flardo, your next time, make sure you roll that athletics check with advantage.
That's right. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
It's all good. I'm not the one who's about to fall into a trash compactor.
Oh. Spoilers.
I mean, you know, it's a big gear grinder. It's not really a trash compactor. I mean, you know. Sort of abstract.
It could be an illusion.
It could be an illusion. In fact, and with that ultra, you go ahead and descend down from the ceiling with your 20 dexterity save. boom, you go ahead and land cat-like on your feet, and you see Flardo up ahead of you, kind of getting taken for a ride. You assess the situation. You see all of this clockwork, these gears turning all over the place. You hear the grinding noise of these heavy legs shifting around. What will you do?
I'm going to use Step of the Wind, spend a key point, which is going to double my jump distance, and then I'm going to jump to the platform.
Awesome. North platform or south platform?
South platform.
South platform, awesome. Give me an acrobatics check. 10 in acrobatics? Just enough there. I'm going to say that will use your movement at that point, but with that Step of the Wind, you make that 10-foot jump and just catching yourself. It's a little scary, it's a little precarious. Maybe this platform wasn't as stable as you thought, but as you put your second foot down, you find your setting, you find your balance. So that was your bonus action. Would you like to do anything with your action?
I will throw my rope to.
You will throw your rope to. Who was that?
Is it Grace? That's right. No, not Grayson. That's excuse me, Professor Knight.
Professor Gobsworth. All right. So you take your action, do that. Give me a dexterity check. This one's a real low DC. He's right there. $16. Oh yeah. You go ahead, toss it over to the professor. Professor, you without any difficulty kind of like snatch your hand out, grab it, and you are currently tethered with Ultras. All right, Flardo and Professor, is there anything that you would like to do with your turns to get yourselves up and out?
Just a dash to. Oh well, yeah, I want to dash to that little platform.
You're gonna dash to the little platform. All right, the conveyor belt is still ticking away, so you'll only be able to make it to about there, another 10 feet of movement.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, so that uses both my actions.
Yeah, if you were to use your movement and you had 30, you'd be able to move 1. If you use your dash, you're moving 2.
Okay, so I use my dash, so I'm done.
All right, as you're like belayed there and like Shmeely is going ahead and like hauling you in, you're handling yourself pretty well. Professor, you've got the rope in your hand tossed to you from Ultras. What are you gonna do?
I'm going to tie the rope around my hand, keep myself in place with my little feet, and then dash over.
Excellent. Go ahead and give me, again, super low, but give me acrobatics check. Not even a problem. You've got the rope. You've got your buddy Ultras here. The two of you go ahead and have absolutely no problem pulling yourselves over to the other side, which is very fortunate because oh, actually no. Shmeely and Grayson, both of you are up first.
Is it me first or Grayson?
Grayson, then Shmeely.
Okay.
So is my rope stuck then?
Your rope is not stuck, actually. Your rope will now have moved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 squares down. So your rope now, you've got about 50 feet of rope, if I'm not mistaken, in that kit.
Yep.
Yeah, so it has now extended its way to about halfway down this conveyor belt.
Good. I'm just going to pull it back.
I'm going to pull it back? Okay, so you go ahead and give it a yoink, and the rope starts making its way back. We'll say that you get about 25 feet back. You kind of pull it out. You see that it, like, with a little bit of force, not a lot, but it just pops itself out of the little wedge that you tucked it in, and you're going ahead and actively pulling that rope back. All right. And so, before Agenor or the Shrub happen to arrive, next falls an enormous pile of books. Flardo, I'm going to need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Watch out for for the books.
With a 7, Flardo, you get clocked over the head by one of these massive, thick leather tomes, and unfortunately, you are knocked prone, briefly dazed, by the falling series of books. As everyone flips their head up, it looks like chunks of the library are now falling themselves down through the crack that you all descended from. This is just getting started here. It looks like a slow avalanche of books is starting to come from above. Next up, actually, is going to be the Shrub and Agenor. I'm going to say that you both come in together just so that we can go ahead and keep this moving at a good pace. Unfortunately, Agenor, you also land with a 2. You land super maladroit. Ugh! And actually, can I have you make a dexterity saving throw with the Shrub for me, too?
Why is it roll to advantage?
It might be a glitch with the character sheet. I'll look at it after this.
Maybe you have the advantage tab
Yeah.
from the last time you just used advantage.
It doesn't have one on my sheet.
It very well may. Well, remind me about that, and we'll make sure we fix that for next time. So actually, your Shrub, with a sort of daintiness that you wouldn't expect from like a flowering like flora, lands itself no problems. You, on the other hand, bam! Your legs go straight out from underneath you, and you actually slip and fall. So you're with the 2, you're already creeping down past. What would you like to do for your action and your movement?
Like to get up and move.
All right, you go ahead and get yourself up, so that's 15 feet of movement. And then if you're going to move, you've got 30 feet of movement, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so you could go ahead and move yourself 1 square forward ordinarily, so you'll lose 2 squares here, basically. So if you want to try running forward, you'll move forward 3 and then go back 5.
Okay, so basically right here.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, and if with your action, if you'd like to try to grab the rope that Gryson left out, that's an option.
Rope.
Yeah, the little science shit, there's the rope.
All right, I'll grab the rope.
Okay, so you go ahead and latch yourself onto it, so you've got something to hold on to. All right, is anyone, now that we've got the whole group here, is anyone going to do anything out of your turn orders? Shrub also needs to make its movement.
I'm just gonna continue
It's
to.
20 feet, so I guess it'll dash.
Excellent.
Yeah,
He'll
just-
dash, so yeah, he gets to go ahead and move a whole square forward right next to you. Flardo, yeah, if you want to use half of your movement to get yourself back up, go right ahead.
For sure.
Sweet. So 15 feet, you pick yourself back up, and you can go ahead and feel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's how far you would get. So now you have all of your actual movement left with that. So I think with 10 feet, you could get to about there. There you are.
Do I still have my hands on the rope?
You do have your hands on the rope.
Can I just, because last turn I didn't utilize it, I'm just gonna make sure I like wrap my hand around it so I get a nice grip on it, and I'm just gonna pull myself again.
Hell yeah.
So I get
Give me that athletics check.
Righty.
Does he still have advantage?
Yes, he does, because of the help action.
Yeah. I do. Can I just
Kish-
roll it again?
Kishmili's your boy.
I forgot. Again.
Forgot that Shmili's your boy. That ain't... No, you got it.
You're my boys, Billy! Okay.
Well, hey, the 12 is enough that you can go ahead, you pull yourself, you get yourself another 5 feet forward here, and you're doing A-okay for yourself. Is anyone else not on the conveyor belt? You've got an action and a bonus action. If you'd like to use it to do anything here, go ahead and make a call out.
I'd like to
Who's gonna-
investigate.
I'm. Can I kind of pull the rope to help Agenor?
If you'd like to help pull the rope, oh yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and give me an athletics check.
Oh You sure you don't want to strength? Oh, it is a strength check. Haha.
There you go, and a 13. You go ahead and give Agenor a mighty, yeah, and you're able to go ahead and pull him about another 5 feet closer to you. So Agenor, you go ahead and can move yourself up a notch. There you go. All right, you go ahead and give him a mighty heave. Professor, give me an investigation check. $16. All right. As you look around the room, you actually detect that there are, to your south here, as you and Clyde go ahead and quickly make your way around, you notice that there are 3 separate arcane controls positioned over on the far eastern side of the little control room that you find yourself in. There's no instructions, there's nothing really obvious as to what to do with it, but it seems like there are 3 objects side by side that are meant to be interacted with. Anyone else not on the conveyor belt want to take your actions?
I'm gonna continue pulling Flardo
Yes.
up if I could take another athletics.
Well, how do I control my character? Can I not right now? What's the range from me to Florida right now?
Do you not have control? You will in just a moment, and now you do. Sorry, you deleted yourself earlier, and now you're back. Cool. Yes.
Oh, do I have to maybe I have to refresh it. Let me refresh real quick.
You
Probably
should.
like 20, 25 feet, dude.
For a monk, no. I think you've got like 40 feet or something ridiculous.
For what? Movement?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got 40. I just can't control my character still, which is
Still? Yeah, give it a quick little refresh, because I actually just passed it. No, actually, let's try this now.
Oh, I got it now.
You got it now? Okay, cool. Yeah, it's like a
Alright,
it's like a
I can-
permissions thing.
So, if you can allow me to do this, it's completely up to you. But my water whip ability
Mm-hmm.
allows me to within 30 feet of me, I can grab him and pull him 25 feet closer to me.
Oh, that
And he's within
absolutely
30
works.
Damn.
Okay, I'm going to use my elemental discipline water whip and summon a long water whip to pull Flardo to me.
Fantastic. Flardo, so this is a dexterity saving throw. I will say that if this is something where, like, there's an advantage to you, like, failing it, if you want to go ahead and, like, auto-fail it, I'll say you can, like, take a 5 on it or something, and just say that, hey, I, like, rolled a 5 so that I can have the effect trigger.
Let me... One sec.
So you would end up taking some damage from it, but you would also go ahead and 100% get yourself whipped forward.
Sure.
Yeah, you're gonna
okay,
have to fail it. If you succeed, creature
Okay.
takes half as much damage and you don't pull it or knock it prone.
That's cool. I can auto fail, or I could roll. If I can auto fail, is that a...
It's up to you. If you two want to go ahead and work that out, like Ultras, what would you scream out to Flardo, being like, "Catch this shit before it hurt. It's gonna suck, but this is better than the alternative."
I would say stick out your arm
I don't like pain.
and then launch the water whip, and it's gonna wrap around both of his arms that are holding on the rope.
Fantastic. Go ahead and if you fail that, that's 25 feet of movement, right?
Yeah, that's 25 feet of movement closer to me.
Beautiful. Give me that damage roll. So, Flardo, you just watch this long tendril of water just vroom, vroom, vroom. As Ultras, narrate this one for me. It's so cool when you get to like use your key. I want to see this happen.
So all of a sudden, my guy, or Ultras, goes into a trance, shuts his eyes, and puts his arms out in front. Well, puts his hands together out in front of him into a fist. And all you see is his right arm break away, and just condensation from the air just forms into his hand, and it slowly shapes into a long whip, which then he opens his eyes and does a whipping motion out towards Flardo, where then it wraps around his arms, and in one heave he pulls him towards him.
And Flardo, you go ahead, and as you stuck your arm out, it wraps. That helix like grips onto you, and you are flung bodily forward. Next to Ultras. Ultras, give me that damage roll.
Alright, so this is gonna be a lot. Sorry. It's my
Oh.
martial's art die plus my wisdom modifier plus an extra 1d10 bludgeoning damage for each
My
additional.
man.
Well, I only
Oh,
yeah, this is like my hardest hitting ability that I have, but I
Oh.
didn't use an additional key point. I only used one. So it is just my martial arts die plus my wisdom
I
modifier.
wish you could see my
How do I
face
even
right
do
now,
that?
dude.
Uh,
What the
I couldn't
fuck?
figure that.
I'll write you a formula here real quick. So it's 1d4
Oh
plus
my
terror plus
God.
1d10. There you go.
Just gonna
I
take
thi- I think-
Flardo out.
I think that's it. So just copy what's in the quotes there and give that a shot. Flordo, as you're being flung, you feel it's almost like if you were ever a kid, you're like, oh, this rose is so beautiful, and you just like grab onto it, not realizing it's just like nettles just sink right into your skin, and you're like, ah! But you are flung forcibly, taking 12 points of damage. But even as like there's like these like friction burns from water like all up and down your arms now, and you're like, you are successfully and safely onto the platform opposite you.
Safely?
Yes, well, relatively speaking.
Yeah.
My bad.
Your boy has a third
I'll
health.
kill you, but I'll save you.
A very broad definition of the word safely, but yeah, there you go. You are into position there.
Well, thank you.
I
Cough up
also
blood.
just want to say that Fardo's voice when you speak it is very much like Steve's. Just gonna say that.
I apologize. That's my default like halfling dwarven voice. I will go ahead and Dilla deserves only the finest, so I do apologize for any misgivings or misdeeds as a result. So
Florida gives you a cold shoulder as he's looking at his nails, you know.
well, that's fantastic because Flardo finds himself briefly back out onto the conveyor belt. No, nothing of the sort. But unfortunately for you, Ultras, now descends from the ceiling. Ah! You hear these screams as 1, 2, 3 individuals from the romance section have now fallen onto the conveyor belt. One of which succeeds and 2 of which fail their saving throws. Fall, pass. One of them kind of like lands maladroitly. 2 of them end up like face first on the ground. You see that their arms are like full of like shitty romance novels. Like they're trying to like they're stuffing books in because they're realizing the library was falling apart, and they weren't successful. Looks like everything is falling down at this point. More books fall from the sky, and Ultras, I'm gonna need you to make another dexterity saving throw. I mean, H-Nor, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
I'm gonna use guidance on myself.
Go for it. Blah! With an 8, go ahead and give yourself that guidance. That might make all the difference. Oh, and it does! The 10 was what you needed. The books go ahead, fall, pelt. One of them almost goes ahead and clocks you, and you feel your vision like dazed for a second. You're seeing spots, but you shake your head, and you snap yourself back. All right, H-Nor, what would you like to do with your action? You're holding onto the rope, being held by Gryson at this point. He's sort of like trying to haul you in. You're being pelted by books. You're hearing more screams from up above as more things are starting to descend from the ceiling. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna use the rope to pull myself over to the platform.
Awesome. Give me an athletics check.
Oh, wait, that's acrobatic.
Yeah, give me athletics. There you go, a 10. You're able to go ahead and you're straining with all of your muscles, but you're able to get yourself another 5 feet, and you're holding tightly onto the rope. There we go. Go ahead and scoot that over there. So you are almost there. Like the platform is just in sight. You can see Gryson holding on to you, but you are where you are. Everybody else, what would you like to do for your actions now for everyone who's loose in a boot? Oh yes, the shrub also shook, like hurriedly shook us forward.
I'm gonna yank him again.
Beautiful. Athletics. with a 9. You don't manage to go ahead and get a firm enough pull to get him on there. You're trying, you're straining, but you don't manage to lose grip on the rope. You're still holding tight with that.
Can Shmeely step over and possibly lend a hand?
Absolutely. Go ahead and give me an athletics roll too.
Just had it.
There you go. That's that extra 5 feet. And so you're helping out, and you go ahead and give it a mighty heave. Agenor, you are like right up onto the platform. You'll be like right there on your next turn. Ultras, Flardo, and Professor, are you going to be doing anything with your turns?
Try to save the weird people.
You guys already have a rope.
Okay, I could unwrap my hand from the rope and hand it to Shmeely because I know that I don't have enough strength to throw it out there myself. But I'm gonna anchor it from the back of him if he holds on to it.
Shmeely, do you mean, or Ultras?
I pulled Flardo up.
Yeah. Ultras
Shmeely
pulled
did.
me out, but he's the one who originally pulled me with the rope.
Gotcha. Okay, so you're actually up on the north side then. Oh no, Ultras was the one. Ultras was the one who water whipped you. That was it.
Yeah, the rope is just still attached to him.
It's
Because he wrapped it around his arm.
Gotcha. Oh, right. There we go.
Okay. Big brain plays.
200 IQ as we're all figuring out how the abilities work. All right, so if you want to go ahead and release that rope and toss it back over, I'll just say that happens. That's easy enough. So Shmeely, you have access to your rope.
Marvelous.
Excellent. Going to give that a toss to anybody, or just going to let things play out?
Well, I just currently was helping Agenor up.
There you go.
Cool throwing the rope.
All right, and with that, let's go ahead and round this thing out then. Agenor, go ahead and give me your last... oh, actually, not just yet. Give me another dexterity saving throw. What do we have there? A 10? Oh, you're lucky. Because another pile of books, like descends from the ceiling, pelting you on the noggin. You can go ahead and you're still holding on to that rope, but behind you, you now hear the of this loud grinding sensation as books are starting to fall into the guts of the grinder at the far end there and are currently being reduced to wood pulp. You can go ahead and it is now your turn. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna jump on the platform.
Awesome. Give me that last athletics. An 11, you're clear. The rope gives you a big pull, and boom! Tasting the sweet feeling of sturdy ground beneath your feet, you are up on the northern platform. The shrub continues shook as fast as possible. The rest of the gang, this gentleman is running in place, being like, help me, help me! The other two are falling further back into the line with looks of terror onto their face. They're trying to get themselves back up, but they're confused and confuzzled as to what's going on, and none of them, frankly, are in as good a shape as all of you. Two more bodies fall from the ceiling, including the gnomish girl who's been staring at you, Grayson. The gentleman rolls a natural 1. He goes... oh, no, that's the one who was up. He goes actually onto his back, completely winded. She just falls onto the ground prone. That gentleman there is there. All right, so everyone now, it is free turn order. If there's anything that you'd like to do at this point to contribute to the collective success of the project, you can. Or if you want to go ahead and just get the hell out of here, that's an option too, and to leave these people and all of these books to an untimely demise.
Well, what do you guys think?
Let's
I think I have an idea.
We gotta save the thirst trap.
Yeah.
We gotta save these people. And I think these orbs will help us. So I say 3 or 1 on each orb, and we'll try to stop this conveyor belt.
Okay.
Just in your mind, when you try to channel the orb, think, I want to stop this.
Okay.
Excellent. All right. So I'm seeing some people running to their positions with it. Who would like to go ahead and try to press their button first?
I will.
All right. So, Ultras goes ahead and takes control of the situation and immediately throws the first lever into position, and clunk, this large platform on the far side there shifts into position, sealing off a side of the room. With that, these two are slowly
I'll go
starting to
next.
make their way back. These two go back 3, pull themselves up. These get themselves up. And this guy is still holding himself in place. You see Mika fall from the sky now. Ah! Bam! He collides with the ground. Natural 5. And he himself is also prone and being thrown into the back now. So it would seem at this point that the entire romance section has now fallen with this cascade of books that is descending from the sky. Who's going to press their button next?
Grayson.
Grayson. Grayson, you go ahead and push your button, and this wall shifts into place. These individuals' books fall into the grinder and are chewed up. This young gnomish woman manages to catch onto the side of the wall, and she's holding on for dear life. This guy goes ahead and slips back. He's trying to hold on to the wall, and he just manages to go ahead and hold a grip onto it. Here we go. Books keep sliding. Mika goes ahead and pulls himself up. Who's gonna push their button next?
Push your buttons.
Shmeely, push
The
your button.
shrub.
Shmeely's push. Who's gonna push the button?
Schmeely.
Shmeely, clunk. You go ahead and press the button, and it shifts into place. The gentleman holding on for dear life gets a 9, not enough. So he goes ahead and starts slipping on over towards here. He's barely holding on. The gnomish woman's still okay. Falls back 1. Falls back 1. Falls back 1. Falls back 1. You notice that the grinding sound from the legs is starting to get a little stunted at this point. There's this weird sensation, almost like the books themselves are starting to gum up the works, and like there's too much pulp being dropped into the legs of this, clockwork beast to keep up with the inflow at this point.
Nigel, press your button.
The
Professor.
shrub.
No, not the shrub.
The
Nigel.
shrub would block off the end.
I don't think so. I think it's the other way around.
Okay. Boop.
Professor, you go ahead and push the button. Clunk. The panel shifts into place, and the neighboring 2 panels shift back to their original position. Ah! The
Oh,
dwarven
fucking
woman
Christ.
is dragged forward.
Well, I did what I wanted it to.
And this gentleman is pushed forward. Him going ahead and scrambling now. No! He is running as quickly as possible and is trying to hold on to the wall. Oh, it's real tenuous. He doesn't know if his grip's gonna last, and the grinding of the pulp at this point keeps getting louder. Who's
I'm
gonna push?
throw my rope to that guy?
You're gonna
The
throw
one
your
at
rope.
the very end.
I'll
Like right at the end of the rope.
All right, so Grayson, you're going to need to get away from your position then to do that. So move yourself where you want to go.
I can't do it from here.
No, you can't. Not from where
Oh.
you are. Not enough a clean line of sight from that. So if you'd like
That
to,
won't work.
uh,
No, I mean I don't know if just holding the button required. Yeah, he's too far away from back there.
too far away. Oh, gotcha. That's 60. Let's say 50. Go ahead. It's going to be a high DC, but give me a dexterity check. Oh, you cleared it. Nice. That was a 16, and you needed a 16. So you go ahead. It's a tricky shot, but you fling it wide over your head. It's almost like it's going to the maximum extension of that rope. But you see this guy. His hand goes out, and bam! He goes ahead and just catches onto the knot. He is not in imminent life-threatening peril, at least at this moment here. The rest of the group goes ahead and shifts. This guy is okay. Click. This woman falls back 1. Gnomish woman, does she hold on? gnomish woman is holding on for dear life at the edge of this door. She somehow managed to hold on even after it shifted into place, but you see that she's like breaking a sweat as her little feet are like dangling over the abyss. Mika goes back one, the other group goes back one, this guy's in place. Who's going to push their button?
Either Shmealy or the.
again.
Yeah, we're gonna
What about the
reverse what we
dwarven
did
girl
last.
fucking hanging, dude?
Ooh,
Well,
It'll
She
push her
pushed
back onto the conveyor belt, though.
Reverse it.
maybe we can get both doors going on at the end.
yeah, that's just stop it so they get.
Well, Shmealy pushes his button again.
Shmealy pushes his button again. Clunk. A enormous door shifts into position. Second door clunk shifts out of the way. And a second door actually shifts forward and catches one of the gentlemen on the conveyor belt and shoves him backwards.
Okay.
The group continues to move forward. She's going to make a hold save. She manages to go ahead and just sink her hands into it. Mika with a 14 makes it. But he's getting right on top of there. The dwarven girl, does she hold? Oh, her fingers are slipping. This dwarven woman looks like she's in a lot of trouble. And then this guy at the end here is holding onto Gryson's rope for dear life. Button presses, actions. Who's going to do what?
Ultras, I think you press your button. This is kind of entertaining.
Ultras presses his butt.
Ultras presses the button.
Florida switched positions with me.
Okay.
Clunk, 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 as all of a sudden the whole group is knocked prone as the wall shifts out into place to hold them into position. Fortunately, it does seem like it's slowed the advance of anything nefarious at this point. But it is a confusing and convoluted situation. Actually, wait, hold on. Ultras pressed. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so with that, actually, all of the doors have shifted into place. And even though the conveyor belt is moving, it seems like nobody is in any threat of life, limb, or further harm. You continue to see books falling from the sky and shifting themselves down, and they keep like sliding underneath there, almost like a garbage filter. And again, just these horrible grinding noises at this point as these books keep getting chewed up. It starts getting a little bit uglier as time goes on. Now we're starting to move up into like furniture descending from the sky, like a candelabra like descends and like collides with the ground. And it like drags along. People have to like get themselves, but one by one, the romance section carefully makes their way up to safety.
Nice.
I don't believe in magical libraries.
Interestingly, nothing seems to happen this time as you say that out loud.
Are you guys all okay?
Yeah, the entire romance section seems like they are like breathing very heavily, like they're all like scared as shit. Mika in particular like looks kind of at the group with like this look of like fear and trepidation, being like, I told you, I warned you that this was gonna happen and you didn't care. But that's okay. I know why you did it, but oh please. And he goes ahead and he like pats himself down, and he goes ahead and he pulls inside, and from inside his pouch he goes ahead and pulls out a copy of Smutty Tales of Lildale 5 to Love an Orcish Lord, and he breathes an enormous sigh of relief. Anyone proficient in proficiency, give me a proficiency check.
What?
Anyone proficient with proficiency? Good God. Perception. There we go.
Oh,
Perception.
okay.
Sorry, this alliteration thing is happening where the words look very similar together in my head.
Jeez.
Uh, Agenor, what's particularly interesting to you at this point, as you're looking around, you don't see Sheila anywhere, despite the fact that most of this library looks like it's falling down from the ceiling. Sheila is nowhere to be found with the rest of the romance section.
She was up doing her own thing. She might be late.
Grayson, as you inevitably like make your way around the corner and as like the group starts to move away from the buttons, you do see the young gnomish girl kind of staring at you again, this time with the wide eyes. But since she's on the opposite side of the conveyor belt, you just see like one hand go up, like so far away, the object of my affection, and then she kind of like retracts her hand and like looks away very bashfully, and like scoots off.
I just roll my eyes.
Mika looks at you, Grayson, and goes, "Well, I respect your decision. You're pretty heartless about that kind of thing. All right, well, you've ruined our library. You've ruined our hopes for the future and really everything that we were planning at this point. So, I suppose then, the romance section, we're all going to have to make our own way at this point, then, won't we?" And you see, like, the rest of the romance section people all kind of, like, look and nod to each other. You notice, to your particular note, to the north, there seems to be a passageway that will take you deeper into the cogs of wherever this strange place is. Again, the weight of this heavy, like subsonic steps of the library are still being heard, but again, as this like grinding sound gets louder and more painful, it doesn't seem like the library is moving as smoothly as it once did.
Should we wait for what's her name?
Your girlfriend?
No.
Can I peer ahead, Mealy?
Yeah, absolutely. Shmili, make me a perception. Just kill her. As you look down this hallway, you see what looks like almost like a service corridor of sorts. Like this is probably more along the lines of like a maintenance hatch. But as you look further and further down this hallway, you start to see what looks like a progressively more ornate hallway. It looks like the further and further you're getting away from this part of the area, the nicer it gets, and you start to see almost like a gilded sort of like glint catch your eye. Like rather than this sort of like brass polish, this looks like gold.
Guys, this seems like it may be the way. I don't see anywhere else.
Well, I guess we should be pretty careful.
Can we
There's-
help our friends across the conveyor belt?
Absolutely. I'll say that, you know, with the situation being under control and all of you having successfully managed to gain control of the situation, everyone is able to move across to the other side without any issue. So the romance section all kind of like makes their way over, you know, kind of like huddling around each other with a few books that they've managed to gather. Mika kind of like looks at you all and be like, you know, appreciate the inevitable offer, but you know, I think that at this point, maybe it's best if we all go our separate ways. I don't think our two groups have quite as much in common with each other as I originally thought.
Except for one, of course.
Wink,
Um,
wink.
Grayson, go ahead and make me an insight check. With a 12, you glance over at the gnomish girl, who very obviously has now, like, she's gotten the hint she's being super weird. She's, like, trying to avoid you at this point. You go ahead and look at some of the books that she decided to rescue from the library. And you actually notice that a lot of the books are written from Ayan lore. She's got her own, like, it looks like an earlier edition of Yaya the Fist with her. She's got a couple of Ayan history books with her. And so you're starting to think that maybe the reason that she keeps staring at you isn't just because she has a crush, but now she's being real fucking awkward and like won't even look at you.
Say something.
And why are you interested in iron lore?
Say something, or I will sing a bard song.
I said something.
I'll
Did you
make
hear
it awkward, dude.
Did you hear me? I asked her why she's interested in iron lore.
Oh, sorry.
Make an intimidation check.
I wasn't
Oh.
angry.
It doesn't matter. It's still intimidating as hell. With a 7, fortunately, it's not too intimidating. She looks up at you and she kind of nervously like starts putting together a couple of phrases. And you hear a couple of words come to your ears, Grayson, that you haven't heard in a long time. To the rest of the group, it sounds like this tiny little gnomish woman has started giving almost like Morse code, this guttural series of noises, much quieter in her chest than you would expect, but this kind of like yeah 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 yeah. And with a little quaver, it's obvious that she's not particularly confident with it. She says this to you, Grayson.
Not that I know of.
Do you say that back in common or iron?
Common is fine.
Common's fine. And she looks at you, really quizzically, and then she nods once or twice, and then she says back to you in common, "Thank you. You are very strong and very tall." And then she stops looking at you and goes back to like looking at the wall in her books.
Should we wait for the other weird dragon lady?
Absolutely. At this point, you still see books and like the occasional piece of like furniture fall through, but the massive avalanche seems like it's tapering off at this point. Like we've officially like flattened the curve, so to speak.
Is Ultra's gonna join us on this side?
That is a good question, Ultras. What you checking out? Ultras being consumed with a divine query as to the nature of these devices here. Ultras, I'll say that just to go ahead and make sense of what was going on here. Give me a quick religion check, just out of curiosity. It's going to be a high DC, but there's something behind this. 15 in religion. There is very deliberately, despite the kind of like magic that you've seen surrounding this, there is a very deliberate absence of any kind of divine or holy symbols in this place. It looks like even in a couple of places where like ordinarily there would be a little divine magic to get this to work, it very much seems like if there were any symbols of divinity, it's almost like they'd been like scrubbed out, like if somebody like filed off the serial number. Um, you notice that, but it's more of a conspicuous absence than it is anything. And with that, does anyone have any last actions that they'd like to take while the opportunity presents itself?
I'm gonna look at Mika. I'm gonna say, friend, I hope you have safe travels, and I hope our paths cross once again.
Interesting that you would choose to call me a friend, as I would say that everything you have done while in my presence has been the opposite of friendship. But I admire the spirit in which it was said, and so I bid you a good adventure. In fact, the finest adventure. I do genuinely wish you well. And he goes ahead and cracks this big ol' smile, and then goes right back to his book.
Okay.
Excellent. And with that, everyone, you all hear a very, very, very loud voice. It seems to come from all places within this room, all at once, and simultaneously be right next to your ear. And this loud, clear voice says to you, "Interlopers have ruined my tea time. Come, let us discuss." The sound seems to beckon you forward down the hallway that Shmeely has identified.
We should all be quiet, very respectful.
I
Absolutely.
think it's past that point. Best thing we
Okay.
can do is just move on to meet whoever just talked.
All right, let's do it.
Okay.
Let's go.
So if you would all like to go ahead and give me your marching order.
I'm definitely taking like the second or third position.
Excellent. And so just from a quick meta, like, out of game perspective here, this is like the last big encounter of the library coming up here. So now is a good time to take a quick little break here. Alternately, I don't think it's going to go too much longer than maybe like another hour, hour and a half or so, but also give y'all the opportunity that if you wanted to have a little pause right before the big encounter here, definitely an option.
Yeah, this is cool. I want to grab some food real fast.
Cool. Let's go ahead.
Actually, yeah. Well, I could stay up for an hour. I gotta be up in 6 hours for work.
6 hours for
So,
work.
yeah, if we can't stop here and like take a short rest, I'm fine with going. But it's one of those things.
Yeah, I gotcha.
No, I feel
Um,
that.
I
I
will.
would say, Dilla, go get your food, and we'll keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah,
At the end of the
go
world.
ahead, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. We don't gotta take a break. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Cool. Let's do just a quick little 2 minute here, and then it's basically the encounter and then the conclusion after that. So we will
Okay.
I will say it'll be up to, it shouldn't be too long, but then again it also depends on how you all choose to proceed here. So
Yeah, I'm not gonna rush it. It's fine.
cool. Hey, I appreciate that. So give me 2 minutes, and then we'll take it to the final stage.
Find a way to get this dwarven girl up with Gryson, dude. I'm still determined.
All right, that looks like a marching order. Who are we missing? There we go. And actually, I do apologize. I will need to shift the group around just a little bit here. So let's fit everybody into this here box. We will assume that the shrub will make his way in at the rear.
Actually, yeah, pretty high up front.
If the shrub dies, can you bring it back real easily?
After a rest, yeah.
Yeah, I'm assuming that you went ahead and brought the shrub out, and we're probably coming up on an hour, say like 45 minutes since y'all mobilized yourselves. So shrub's still good.
Oh, what's that teal?
Pardon?
Is that square where you want us to place our characters?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yeah, getting everyone oriented for the next area. Oops. And so I will move Flardo in there, as one could logically assume.
So if I equip my shield, I get the 2 points of armor.
If you equip a shield, yes. You can't use any weapon that would require like a two-handed technique to it. So like if you have like a two-handed mace attack, you can't use that. But you do get the just +2 to AC, that easy. All right, and then once everyone is back, then we begin the final phase.
Is the shield a +2 AC or +1 AC?
Shield is +2 AC. The rickety shield that Shmeely put together was just a quick little +1.
That's the one that I got.
Mm-hmm. As you
And
should.
a fire wand.
Indeed, spectacular pyrotechnics. Also, Professor, while we're getting this ready, if you want to go ahead and have a little counter for your wand, I think it starts with 7 charges. So it's got 6 in it, and then that recharges after long rests, I think, or once per day. Same thing with the spice pouch for whomever has that.
What's the best way to keep track of that?
So on your character sheet, there's the little resource counters that are available. So like where you've got like your crossbow bolts and it says 17 there. It says class resource. It would be underneath personality traits, ideals, bonds, and flaws. So yeah, what you can do is add your own little trackers down there and name it anything you want. So I use that for like sorcery points. I use that for a whole bunch of things.
I'm back.
Awesome. All right. So Flardo, you're in position, and is everyone else here? So I'll just do a quick little check-in. Grayson?
Yep.
Nigel?
Yep.
Agenor?
Yep.
Shmeely? Shmeely!
Yup.
Flardo is back, and Ultras. Everyone ready?
Yep.
As you step further and further down this hallway, you hear the clicking of gears, now omnipresent, where it was once this sort of grinding sound as you felt the legs moving. It now passes to this sort of tick, tock, tick, tock, tick pattern to it. But what's strange is that, actually, Ultras and Professor, both of you make me insight checks.
You said who and Professor?
Ultras and the Professor.
Okay.
With a 10, something is a little off about what you're hearing with the ticking, but whatever it is exactly is not apparent. So as you all move yourselves further down this hallway, you start to realize that you're coming to the nerve center. Whereas it's been a lot of like clean and polished, like white and metal hallways down here, now you're starting to come to an area with a lot of zhuzh on it, a lot of gilding. You start to see these Art Deco patterns that almost kind of remind you, Professor, of brilliance. Meanwhile, Ultras, you start to see some more complicated designs that kind of remind you of the city of All. Everybody, as you're approaching here, you're kind of taken aback, being like, geez, this is the good stuff here. As this large, enormous door, maybe 40 feet tall and 10 feet wide, stands above you with this intricate gilding that goes ahead and curls and coils itself all across it. And in the center of it, you see this enormous gear motif. As you approach the door, it shifts out of the way and reveals the interior of a strange, cavernous room. As you enter the room, in the center, you see an enormous clockwork-shaped gear that serves as a central platform for everything that is transpiring. Beneath it, dozens, maybe hundreds of individual gears click, 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 connecting into each other, making the machinations of this library move. You see gears spiraling off into all sides, north, south, east, west, pylons that go ahead and connect gears into levers, hands, all of this looking like the intricate workings that keep the library moving. As you look up, you see sitting out almost precariously an individual seated on a plush, squishy leather chair. Behind them, an enormous stack of books with rich titles and very complex bindings, and an enormous figure that stands facing them at the center of this aisle that they have placed themselves on, this sort of extended platform that extends over the gears. Would you all like to approach?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
So as you take a step forward, the conveyor belt click 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 ushers the group forward. And you find yourselves standing on a gear on the other side, almost like a people mover at the airport. It just moved you so quickly and so swiftly. Do you take the other side over?
No, don't do that. That looks scary.
Yes.
Can Smealy use perception to see what's on the other side, or to look further?
Yeah. Shmeely, as you go ahead, I take it you're taking a look down where the other conveyor belt is, like
Yeah.
over here. As you look over, it seems like there's a series of platforms that will let you get over towards this more central area that everything is positioned on. There does seem to be some grinders at the end of it, but it also seems like, you'd have to fall flat on your face to miss the platform. It's so close nearby. Very notably, it seems that since you've entered, whoever is up at the top of that platform has not said a word.
Forward? Should we move
Forward. Forward quietly.
Yes.
Excellent. As you all move yourselves forward, and I can just keep it together as the group here. Tick 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 kunk, and it actually stops right before you're about to cross over onto the platforms. Still no response, still no words, but the conveyor belt stops to give you the easiest access to this platform.
Let's jump over.
Let's go.
Together.
Onward.
It's
All
an
right.
It's an easy enough move. The group goes ahead and all takes the hops makes it over. And though under duress it would probably be very challenging to make this jump, given the languid nature of the gears at this moment, you all find yourselves able to make your way over to the other side without difficulty. I would like you all to arrange yourselves in whatever manner that you would like to for these next steps.
How do you guys want to approach this? You guys want to be aggressive? You guys want to be open to peace? Safety?
As the best
Everything's been peaceful in this library.
persuasion
we-
and or deception.
Florida, take the lead.
Me?
Yep.
You're the talker.
You got us in
Okay.
this mess.
This is
That's
your responsibility.
That's true. Hey, Agenor. Okay, stop shooking around here. Trying to be quiet.
Shook, 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 shook. The bush grows quiet.
Okay, alright. How do I look? Just my tie.
And indeed, as you adjust your tie, the first little reaction that you've seen from the entity at the far end of this pier, you see just a momentary upward flick, as though their eyes have moved up from the tome that they're reading, and their eyes are now fixed on you.
I toss Flardo a health potion. Go get him, Tiger.
I give Flardo guidance.
Absolutely. Flardo, you go ahead and feel that confidence enter your body, that extra D4.
Could I give him Master of Tactics?
Yes, how would you like to help in this situation?
Let's see. Just be like, bro, you look so good right now. It's like you got this. And just maybe help him adjust his tie and just give him like a little pat.
Absolutely. I'll say I wasn't sold until you adjusted the tie, but I will say that yes, you do get advantage on this next roll here. Because it was like a single Windsor, and like Shmeely like redid it to a double Windsor real quick. Way classier.
Okay, can I make my move? My action?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so just my boys just hype me up. Okay, I'm feeling great. I take my, my pointer finger and my pinky, put them on my tongue, and I spread them across my eyebrows like a fucking tank. And then I take a few steps, and then I cast. Sorry. One sec. And I cast. Do you believe in love after love? I can feel something inside me saying, I really don't think you're strong enough, no.
Flardo, in order for me to understand if this is truly going to take effect or not, I need you to describe like how you deliver this share impression, because this is in fact a very important share impression. In fact, maybe the most important share impression of your entire life up until this point. So help me see exactly what it is that we're up
Sure.
against here.
So, like, in the way that, like, a local of a culture of a very, like, small population, like that very specific dialect, they know that you're from there. They know you're not just somebody from a nearby dialect, language-wise. They know that you're from there. This guy knows Cher, and he knows I know Cher. It's a mutual respect and a love. Life after love.
Indeed. As you go ahead and you sing, dance, as you go ahead and channel the divinity of Cher through your body in this moment, you notice that about halfway through your performance, a hand rises from the book and makes just a slight little somatic gesture. And all of a sudden you feel this additional echo in the room, almost like somebody was removing cotton that was being held in the ears of the center there. And as you perform, the gentleman slowly closes the book, places it down on the chair behind him, and stands up. He turns, and he takes a step forward towards you.
Okay. I'm looking at him.
And he's looking right back. Doesn't
I can
quite know it's
feel something. And I'm looking at him, and I kind of like lean my head down, like tip my left side of my head down, like waiting for him to respond with the next part of the stand.
He doesn't seem to know how to sing back. It doesn't seem like singing is something that he's experienced in quite a while. But he pulls his hood back. And as you look into where should be the eyes of this human, you're finally able to get a sense of this person for the first time. And you see this very pale, almost like milky white skin, wrinkled, leathered, just wrapped with age. His hair is missing, it's just a bald head. And as you look into his eyes where you're expecting to see, that flash of humanity back, it's just black. It's just this pair of like obsidian gems where his eyes should be, and there is no pupil, there is no iris. It is just blackness. And he says to you very quietly, "Interlopers ruin my tea time, 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 but you are so charming, so engaging, yes you are. A charming and engaging personality, come here to the Wandering Library. Yes, Wandering Library of Underhill, you came to it, you found it, you discovered the library. What brings you to my lair?"
I was returning an overdue library book.
Many library books here, yes, many overdue. Which book did you take of mine? Which of my books did you take?
The Undertales. Sorry, I mess it up every.
The Undertale, you mean the Understudies, you mean that trashy romance lit book, you read a lit book, you read romance literature. Reading all of my romance literature, you've read my smut.
Actually, I'm a big fan.
Big fan of my smut. Make a persuasion check, with advantage.
Will do.
Don't forget your D4.
Ooh.
And that, we'll say that gets added onto both of them with advantage. So just roll the 1d4, but it gets added to both. 20 persuasion, add that d4. 22. You see, at first, I should say actually that if you're not actually that big of a fan, that probably should have been deception, but I'll let that slide with a 22. He kind of tilts his head, and these black eyes blink once, blink twice. You notice that that's actually the first time that he seemed to blink in front of you. And he starts to gush faster and more furiously. Yes, Ian McConnerville, one of the finest romance authors. As far as I'm concerned, you're not going to go ahead and find anyone who's got a wider body of literature or a more effective capture of his characters' feelings and emotions. Yes, ancient literature, old literature, but fantastic things, beautiful things that go ahead and make us feel things and feel the feelings, because feeling feelings is what gives us purpose, doesn't it? Gives us purpose, gives us a chance to fight back against it all for being for naught. It gives us a chance to go ahead and do this for a sense of purpose, a sense of timing. If we can go ahead and find a purpose for it, then we win. Then we win, then we don't lose, and then it isn't without purpose. It's with the purpose. It's the purpose that we find, the purpose that we keep inside ourselves. It's ours to make, it's ours to have. It's a purpose that I give myself. Do you understand?
I do understand.
Do you?
I do.
Make a deception check.
Oh, sorry, that was advantage, so the first one.
Doesn't matter. Tilts the head again. I smell leather. Leather on your person. I smell leather on your person. Are you all keeping my books? Are you keeping my books from me? Takes a step
No.
forward. Are you keeping my books from me? Takes another step. Did you take my books? Do you have my books? Do you have the books from my library or my books from my library in your possession? He's staring really intensely now.
Who has a book?
Can I pull out was it animals of recent and distant past and just lay it on the ground in front of him or in front of me?
You do, and the second that you go ahead and pull that out from your pack, he recoils. Book thief, book thief, book thieves, book thieves. Always the book thieves, always the book thieves. That's why there was the enchantments. That was the illusions. If we go ahead and keep the book thieves trapped, if we keep the book thieves inside, then there's no way that the book thieves can escape with my books. That means that there's a sense of purpose. That means that there was a point for it, for me keeping my collection, for me to go ahead and have all the things that are rightfully mine that I collected over the time. These are the things that are mine, and the book thieves can't go ahead and take them if they're not theirs. The book thieves are held at bay. I've held the book thieves at bay, and then they come into my home, they come into my lair, they go ahead and destroy my library, destroy my property. You take my books, and you ask my favor. He's getting progressively more alarmed and aggressive. You see he's starting to pace back and forth. Actually, let's say Professor and Flardo, both of you give me insight checks.
All right. Lucky roll.
Oh, yes, you do.
Oh, sure.
I mean,
Fuck.
it is better. Flordo, as best you can tell, this guy is wackadoodle. He's going ahead and talking really quickly and muttering about a whole bunch of shit, and he seems mostly angry at this point that you took his books. You're not sure how much longer the situation is going to keep itself at bay. Professor, with a 10, you notice something about the second humanoid that's standing at the center of the table there that is giving you a uncanny resemblance to Clyde.
Guys, I think it's best we just drop our books. Yeah, that's a construct.
Book thieves, book thieves, book thieves, book thieves.
Ask if we can check the books out.
Book thieves, book thieves, book thieves. No, you can't take my books out. You can't check my books out. This is my collection. This is my private collection, and you came in here, interlopers, taking it, destroying my tea time, destroying my private time. This was a purpose. There was a sense of purpose to all of this. I had a sense of obligation. I had a sense of duty, and what has happened here? You come in, you take my drinks, you take my books, you take my time. Time is precious, time is fleeting, and it will not be for nothing.
I take Keres Creations out and drop it on the ground.
Can I take what's it called?
Hmm?
The handy spice bag that I have?
Mhm.
And can I make cinnamon, ginger, like mint, just stuff that he could more so gifts for tea?
Clever, 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 clever. I will say that as you start, use 3 charges of the spice pouch to make those 3. But yeah, you get a pinch of all 3 of them.
Okay. How many charges do I have actually?
The pouch comes with 10. And you recharge the item should have a little description on it that tells you how it recharges them. So you get 10 spices per originally, and then it recharges every day.
So I want to make cinnamon, ginger, and mint.
All right, 3 charges, so you're down to 7.
Where can I? I can't see this. I see it in my bags, but I don't see the charges. So I'm just gonna put it down to 7.
Yeah,
or I'm
just
gonna make it 7.
Yeah, just make it 7. We'll circle back on that in a little bit.
Okay, cool. So that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, I
and
don't.
then I'm gonna present it to him as a gift. I'm gonna be like, for your tea.
Excellent. So Shmeely, if you're going to do that, you should move yourself a little bit forward so we can see your tea.
While he's doing that and distracting him, I'm going to take Suitors of the East and just kind of set it on the ground behind me.
He's seeing how many books are coming out here, and you can see like the head starting to flick back and forth. You imagine that the eyes would be twitching, like the pupils like darting between, but there's just black glassiness there. In fact, Agenor, make me a medicine check really quick. With a 2,
Use my inspiration.
yeah, go for it. Oh, you're using your inspiration your inspiration die you've got?
Mhm.
Tight. 17. With a 17 in medicine, as you look up at this gentleman's eyes, you actually see that this is self-inflicted. This is warlock magic, very specifically, and he has given himself devil's sight. He does not need his eyes to see, and in fact, he can see almost perfectly in any conditions up to 120 feet. You know this from some of your time seeing what like hedge mages will do to themselves up in Knifehild if they're left alone for too long. Like they start getting real creative with how they use their magics. Yeah, this guy might be one of them.
I'm going to also put down Why We Fight.
I'm gonna suggest we kill this bastard.
As you put down Why We Fight, you see the owner step back to his chair and like rubbing his hands together like very frenetically, like a lot of tension in the body, just like we can't have it be pointless. We haven't had it be pointless. It can't be pointless. We've been outside of time. We've been outside of time for thousands of years. If we've been outside for thousands of years, how knows that things have evolved outside of it? If we go ahead and keep moving, we can go ahead and preserve this. The most important thing, the most important objective is for us to preserve the current state, preserve the current objective, preserve that this all has a sense of purpose. Get me my books back! And with a hand extends, and you see this tall construct in front turn and rotate itself around. And this enormous construct-like creature with a silver spear in one hand and a massive gear shield on the other turns facelessly and begins to charge. I'm going to need everyone to roll initiative.
Pick your character first.
Damn. Oh, I did not click on my character. But I rolled a nat 20, so hopefully that absolves me from a DM's.
We'll see what we can do here.
ISIS.
Anybody else have any books?
I already gave mine to Ignore.
All right, and so as we get ourselves into this turn order here, it looks like this is going to go Ultras at the top, followed by the Gear Master, followed by Agenor, followed by the Gear Knight, and then the rest of the crew. Are we missing someone? Flardo, where you at, boy? Oh, you got the nat 20?
Yeah.
24.
There we go. Ooh, lucky Flardo. All is forgiven.
Lucky Flardo. That's a me.
That's me, a Florida.
It's a me, a Flardo. Looking for my mother. And my sister.
Mamma mia!
That's a spicy meatball.
The pepperoni.
So, Flardo, at the top of the order, you see this enormous construct turn around and face you, and this is a very large creature. This is, it has a same kind of like magical essence that you kind of recognize from Clyde at this point as being a magical construct. This one does not seem to be as well developed. Honestly, like, Clyde is sort of a master of miniaturization, and this thing looks, I'm not going to say like threadbare, but it looks a little janky. The armor itself does not seem particularly like well burnished or well developed, but the shield is just this massive, massive segment of metal. And as you look at this thing, it very obviously is shifting its weight to make its way straight towards you all. Flardo, what would you like to do?
I would like to use, and for the first time since I created this character, I will use its actual main ability.
And what is
which
that?
is Mantle of Inspiration.
Well. Mantle of Inspiration.
So, you can actually, Agne, if you can explain it.
So what happens here is, as a bonus action, Flardo goes ahead and, with the power of Share, strikes this incredible pose. The only thing missing from it is like the flared bottom jeans. And a number equal to your charisma modifier, minimum of 1. So you have a +3, or is it +4 to your modifier right now, Flardo?
My charisma is 5. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, let me look.
I think it's probably a 3 or a 4.
Oh, no, it is. It's a 3. Sorry,
it's a 3. All right, so you can go ahead and pick 3 people, and they all gain 5 temporary hit points. And then you can, when those hit points are depleted, you can get a reaction to move without opportunity attacks.
Okay. I'm going to choose our up and close damage dealers, our DPS. Let's go with Shmeely, Grayson, and Ultra.
All right. So how do you go ahead and show me that Mantle of Inspiration? What do you do to go ahead and get everybody lit up to that next stage here?
So for just like a split second, I just like throw my loot over my shoulder, and as my loot is like slow motion falling, like rolling off my neck down to my back, you just see me wearing like a huge white dress. You can feel something inside myself. And you just see Cher. I'm Cher now.
And lo, the celestial appearance of Cher emerges onto this battlefield, and you are all filled with a divine inspiration to show exactly that you are strong enough.
Yes.
All right, that is your bonus action. Flardo, anything with your movement or your action?
Yes, I want to use Bane.
You want to use Bane. Hot diggity. All right. Yeah, and you can, because Mantle is not a spell. So who are you going to Bane? Give me that spell click here real quick.
I am going to Bane the big shield dude.
Going to Shield Knight. All right. So you Bane must make charisma saving throws. So Gearmaster goes ahead and gets a +2, gets a 14, a 16. What is your DC?
It is 13. Shit.
It does not work. So the Gearmaster, you go ahead and fire the Bane off at it. Tell me how, what do you imagine of Bane? Is it like a curse of some kind?
Yes, but I'm sorry. I casted it at level 2, and it says at higher levels you can cast it on another target.
You may cast it at another target, absolutely. So we go ahead and fire it at Gear Knight. It gets a 16 plus 3, so both of them pass.
So usually it'd be like a burn, and it just like fuck them up. But now it's like a burn.
It's not a main Bane. It's sort of a pained Bane.
Yes.
Oh, off key.
And as you go ahead and reach this like echoing note, you notice that both the knight and his master are deeply unimpressed. They kind of frown and look down at you. Anything with your movement, Flardo?
No.
All right. Ultras, you're up.
Alright, so did I get the 5 points of temporary?
Yes. Yeah, so go ahead and add in your temporary hit point section 5.
Did those go first then?
Yes.
If we take
That's your,
damage?
yeah, that's
Okay.
it's power word shield.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Easy metaphor for that.
I guess I can't rage then. Sorry.
Don't really know if I want to take point. I'll do it. Alright, I'm gonna run up. Here, one sec, let me. Which I can go up to him. Oh, that looks like a precarious place.
Mm-hmm.
You can't
Yeah.
see me behind you.
Here we go. I'll go ahead and say that you're right there. That's 5 feet away.
Alright.
Cool. So Ultras, boom, you go ahead and you take the kickoff and you go straight up onto this MFer.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do my unarmed hit with my bonus, or I'm gonna punch him. Well, I'm gonna hit him with my quarterstaff, and then I'm gonna use an unarmed hit for my bonus action after.
All right, so go ahead and give me that quarterstaff hit. So you go ahead and see Ultras, the staff comes out, takes a big swing upward, and with a 14, just hits. It goes ahead and catches the shield, pushes it up out of the way, leaving the body exposed, and bam! You go ahead and catch it right in the chest with a powerful blow. Give me that damage. 2 points of bludgeoning damage. Whoop-pack! You go ahead and crack it across the chest, and you hear a resounding impact. Go ahead and give me that unarmed strike to follow it up.
Oh, actually, I can use the mental inspiration to move away without getting an opportunity of it.
I believe
Right?
it's when you get when a creature gains. Yes, you could have gone ahead and used that immediately. I misread that. So yeah, if you wanted to use your speed to be right up here to start, you absolutely could.
Okay.
Yeah, and much the same,
I can't-
Shmeely and Grayson, if you want to reposition yourselves right now, you can move up to 25 or 30 feet.
Alright,
Oh,
that's
right away.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I misread that.
So like,
18, nice. Yeah, Grayson, you can go ahead and move up to your movement anywhere you'd like, and same with you, Shmeely. 6 points of bludgeoning damage, nice. So you go ahead and whoop-ah, you go ahead and spin that staff out of the way, and then follow it up with this like sick, resounding crack right into the side of it. You make make really solid contact, but the clockwork beast here is still standing strong, just kind of looming down towards you. Anything for your bonus or for your movement?
No, no. I'm gonna take the brunt of it.
Excellent. So for his legendary action, the Gear Knight is going to use magic resistance. At which point, the Gear Knight now has advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects until the end of its next turn. So you go ahead and the shield rises up, and you see the Knight release this pulse of energy that sort of barricades them, and you start to see this sort of like shimmering purple or like arcane field surround their body. It is the Gearmaster's turn. The Gearmaster is going to use 2 of its legendary actions. Actually, no, it can't use those just yet. I apologize. Yeah, we'll say that it goes ahead and fires off a Zone of Calamity here just to get things going. So I am going to need Agenor, Flardo, Professor, and Shmeely. I all need you to make Constitution saving throws. Flardo nails it. Agenor nails it. Professor Nigel Gobsworth nails it. Absolutely. Shmeely nails it. So all of you go ahead and see this entity, back down on its chair, book open on its lap. It raises out a hand at you with this dark, dark sphere of energy that starts on the inside. And it starts to swell, and it's almost like a tornado bursts its way down from the center of this gear. All of you have your minds lashed out against, but nothing seems like it's taking everything. You're all withstanding this psychic punishment. The figure looks at the two in the front, and in frustration that the chaos didn't seem to have any effect, is going to take 2 shots with an Eldritch Blast. Shot number 1 is a 13 plus 15 against Ultras. Ultras, does a 15 hit you?
Yep, my armor class is 15.
Armor class is 15, so that one hit. And then Grayson, it goes and rolls a 10 plus 2, so that's a 12. Does a 12 hit?
It does not.
Does not hit. All right. So it goes ahead and does Eldritch Blast. So one beam of the Eldritch Blast strikes you. Ultras, you go ahead and take 6 points of force damage as this sickly beam of gray energy just shoots out the outstretched finger of the master, seated in his chair, as you see him muttering to himself aggressively, "Get away, get away, get away. If they all get away, if they all get away, if they all get away, then it won't be pointless." That is going to be his turn. Agenor, you're up.
Gonna move.
You mean it will be
Here.
pointless or it won't be pointless?
Is saying to himself, it won't be pointless.
I'm gonna cast Guiding Bolt.
Guiding Bolt, 21. Who are you aiming at?
The dude in the back.
The Master, absolutely. So you go ahead and fire Guiding Bolt. 21 absolutely hits. Give me that damage. So this is your blue-green energy, right?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. And everyone goes ahead and kind of feels the wind pass through, almost like a furrow traveling through the forest, as this enormous ray of energy shoots across and blasts the master sitting in his chair at the back. He goes ahead and like drops the book, like shaking his hands as he takes 10 points of radiant damage. You just sear right across his body, and he looks over at you, Agenor, in a fit of anger. All right, that's your action. Anything with your bonus? Anything, Agenor?
That was my bonus. I'm gonna cast. Oh wait, no, never mind. That's it.
That's it? All right. As a legendary action, the Gear Master is going to use Incorporeal Dash. Moves up to her speed. 1, 2. The Gear Master, all of a sudden, all of the rotating elements inside this room all seem to freeze for a second. And in the blink of an eye, you swear that the Gear Master just teleported across the room. They're now standing over by the conveyor belt, and they're looking up at all of you with hate in their eyes. The Gear Knight is going to go ahead and take their action. They are going to use a multi-attack. Goes ahead and makes 2 attacks, one with the shield and one with the spear, both against Ultras. So Ultras, you go ahead and see this enormous spear come plunging down against you. 21 to hit?
Yeah, 21 hits.
Excellent. You go ahead and take... you take 8 points of piercing damage as this spear slams down into you, and you go ahead and take this point right in the side of your waist. Next follows up with a shield slam. 15 plus 7, that's a 22 to hit.
Oh, yeah.
22 collides. You go ahead and just bam, take this enormous shield in the chest. You take 11 points of bludgeoning damage as you like the wind is knocked out of you by this massive sheet of metal that just collides into your stomach. Fortunately, you did notice that the arcane shielding that was around the knight does fall. Shmeely, it is your turn.
Oh, I'm knocked the fuck out right now, or dead, by the way.
What about your temp HP?
I'm already gone through it.
Already
Eldritch
gone?
Bolt plus a spear plus the shields, way over 20-something points of hit.
There you go. All right. And so with that, Ultras being right in the front there, these series of massive hits come down at you, and you feel consciousness sliding away from your perception. You're going to be, on your next turn, you're going to have some death saving throws to make. All right, Shmeely, you're up.
But shit. Can I use my bonus action to or can I use my bonus action on what's his name? Professor?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna use the Master of Tactics for him. And then I was gonna see if I could possibly hide myself for a moment behind the bush.
Absolutely. So go ahead. You're going to give the help action over. So you've got a boost there, Professor. And then, yes, if you'd like to give me a hide, give me a stealth check. $25. You may as well be disappeared behind this completely ordinary bush standing on the middle of a clockwork face.
Okay.
All right, I'll go ahead and say that you're right where you are. Going to do anything else with your turn?
I'm gonna stay hidden for now.
Excellent. Professor, you're up.
All right, let's see here. With the help action, does that also, if I like roll to attack with my turtle, do I get to use that on the turtle instead of me?
I would say that because Clyde and you are sort of a package deal, yes. I would say that if you were going to take a shot with Clyde, that would be how you do it.
Cool, thank you. But I'm gonna do my move action first.
All right. As the professor rapidly moves into position, you go ahead and see the knight go ahead and flick its head over towards you, standing up to it so aggressively.
And the first thing I do is cast Cure Wounds on Ultra.
Ultras, you go ahead and see this arcane light coming from. Is it the screwdriver? Is that your go-to heal?
Yes, the screwdriver is my go-to heal.
The professor goes ahead and flips it back over. 12 points of healing. Heck yeah, he goes ahead and like flips it over like so that he's holding the tip of it and like taps you on the head and you're up to 12 hit points.
Sweet.
Yeah, you are still prone. However, you are not at risk of having death or dismemberment come upon you.
And a bonus action will be Clyde shoots the metal.
Absolutely. So go ahead and give me that attack roll from Clyde. So you see the head go ahead and click itself back. Clink. Oh, not one. At least it doesn't backfire. You haven't seen the bolts really doing all that much. But with a 17, that definitely hits. So at first you hear this little tick, tick, tick. Like, shit, did it break? Nope. And the shot fires out, catching the knight square into the chest. Give me that damage. Beautiful, 11 points of damage. The knight goes ahead and takes this devastating blow. It's not quite wounded yet, but it's definitely got a couple of dings and pockmarks onto its armor at this point.
Does it push back at all, or is it too heavy?
Oh, it is too heavy. It does not get pushed back.
Dang.
It's like, oh shit.
Yeah, no, it is immune to mobility effects.
Alright, it's a fortress.
Mm-hmm. All right, Gryson, you're up.
So I'm going to rage, and activates. Yes.
Always such a
that.
calm rage. So I'm going to rage.
That's going to activate my storm aura, and I'm with thunder aura, so everybody around me gets 2 extra hit points or temporary hit points. So
Beautiful.
Ultras and Ultras, the turtle, and Professor. And then I'm going to do reckless attack.
Beautiful.
No, I mean as
Yeah,
close
no,
as I can get.
that's legit.
Okay, I'm gonna attack.
Absolutely. Go ahead and give me this reckless attack. So you just watch as like this cold aura just seeps out of Grayson, and grabbing it with 2 hands, he goes ahead and leaps over Ultras, who's just coming back into consciousness. Ultras, you go ahead and see this 2-handed blow coming down onto the knight. Give me that roll.
Okay. So I have advantage.
Yes, you do.
And I'm going to do that.
Oh, that one sinks in. Give me damage as you just watch the knight try to bring this shield up, and it just sinks into the metal. And as Grayson pulls it out, just like a giant rend, like a flap of this metal from the shield just gets ripped off and falls into the gears below. Got that damage. 10 points of damage. The knight... Oh, man. You go ahead and look at all of the damage laid on there, and the knight is starting to look a little rough. You're starting to see some arcane sparks coming out of the neck. It's starting to, like, clank a little bit harder. You see the pieces missing out of the shield. The knight's looking a little rough here.
As a bonus action, I'm going to do split the mountaintop.
Split the mountaintop, absolutely. So you feel this smiting energy fill your axe, and for that next hit that lands in the next minute here, you know that it is going to do some serious work.
So use strength as my spellcasting modifier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, but I think that what it does is
So-
it enchants your weapon for its next hit. Do you have a second attack this turn?
Oh, the attack. Oh, you're right. I
Yeah,
should've done
you
that first.
gotta use it
No,
first.
it's fine.
That's all right.
Yep,
So you
that's
got
it. That's all right.
concentration for the next minute. So that's your little lightning bolt there. All right. At the end of your turn, Grayson, the Gear Knight goes ahead and uses its legendary action.
Ultra should be back up now. Yeah.
Yes, Ultras is back up. He's at 14 hit points, 12 real, 2 temp. The Gear Knight goes ahead and regains 11 hit points. You watch as the shield, this gear-like construct, the Knight raises it to its chest and click, 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 click. You see time in a localized bubble around the Knight reverse itself. And Grayson, where you landed that awesome blow with the axe, you actually see the metal refold itself back onto the shield. And it's like the hit barely even landed. Flardo, top of the order, you're up.
Go. Okay. Alrighty. I know he's already up, but I'm going to give Bardic Inspiration my third and my last of this from the long rest to Ultra.
All right. How are you going to inspire Ultras here?
Ultras, I love you for beating the shit out of me. And I don't really know what that means, but he can get inspired.
I am fucking uplifted with that. So take that D6 inspiration die, Ultras, as you know, the strength of your fist is now reaching legendary status.
Shout out to Billy Madison. It was a cover. I will.
So Florida, you've got your movement and your action left. What you gonna do?
I am going to move up, and it looks like if I can move. Okay, I will move right there. Oh, gosh. Okay, I'm gonna move into this little cubby right here, and I'm going to peek out this little right side here is opening, and I'm going to take a pop shot at my short bow at the
Excellent.
Gear Knight.
And so you go ahead and just kind of like lean up against the wall, and then like, all right, tactical. Rah! You go ahead and emerge out, arrow notch, fire. Go ahead and give me that attack roll. 9. Phew! Flies right past. It's almost like you were going to catch him right in the joint, and instead it pulls the arm out at the last second. You were like inches away from it, but it moved on past. Fortunately for you, the knight does not seem to notice the blow as it flies past its head. That's your bonus. That's your action. Is that your movement? Are you set?
Yes.
All
I'm
right.
good.
Ultras, you're up. You're currently prone, so you can use half your movement to go ahead and get yourself back up, and that'll give you 20 feet of movement to use how you see fit.
Can I move around the robot?
Yes, you can. As long as you don't go more than 5 feet away, you have the opportunity to do that any way you'd want to. Yep, totally.
I'm gonna water whip the spellcaster towards me.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Okay, give me that click. Oh, shit. Okay, okay.
You got your inspiration too. Don't forget that shit.
Yeah, here 1 second.
I'm pulling that up here. Oh, shit.
Game changing.
I'm
Almost
Just gonna
killed
drop his ass off to the depth.
I mean, certainly, is that something you want to do? Because it is a good, like, 15-foot drop down there onto a big pile of gears.
Yeah, that's what my plan is. I want to pull him up and just drop him off.
Pull them up and drop them off. Okay, so that is... Water whip, water whip, water whip. Here we go.
How do I link it for you guys?
Right there.
There's like a little like text bot. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it there. So long whip it has to make a dexterity saving throw. This is the point in which I really should have had the freaking camera set up here. Okay, so this one, it's got a +2.
We trust you.
It's got a +2 to its dexterity. It's dexterity saving throw. And what's your spell DC, Ultras?
How do I look at that?
It would be under the spells tab. It's going to be the 2-digit number, like a 13 or something.
Says my thunder wave is a DC 12.
DC 12.
Oh, spell. Oh yeah, I'm 12. Yep.
12, perfect. All right, so it's a DC 12, so it needs to get a 10 or higher to withstand this. It rolled a 4.
Yes.
Yeah.
You watch. Do you still have that quick little macro to go ahead and do the damage for it?
Oh yeah. Here 1 sec.
Yeah, go
I
ahead
think I
and
have a copy of pasta.
Yeah, perfect. Track that guy down. Describe this as your fists come out into your water whip stance, and that surge of energy leaps out there. Tell me how you go ahead and snag this guy into the air.
So as my character got up after being healed by his companions, he looks around to gauge to see where everybody is. Transfixed at the man who shot him with the Eldritch bolt, he slides around the robot so gracefully, and in mid-slide, he's condensing the water out of the air into a whip around his arm. And as he gets in position behind the robot, he throws the whip out and latches onto the caster and pulls him towards him.
And lo and behold, you definitely do. This spellcaster, the Gear Master, takes one look at these bindings that have just appeared around his waist and goes, "What?" And is yanked into the air directly in front of you. Meanwhile, Ultras, you just like Apex Legend, like slid through this thing like the ground was oiled, and you now have this individual like caught right up face to face with you. 14 points of damage. Hot.
Damn.
Oh, man. This guy, the Gear Master, you go ahead and immediately see, like, there's blood coming out of his face at this point. Like, you went ahead and you docked him a good one.
Alright, and then I guess on my bonus action, I'm going to release him and let him drop.
Hell yeah. He goes ahead and he falls to the ground. Let's see. He goes ahead and takes 6 points of bludgeoning damage as the Gear Master falls and suffers the drop. Makes a saving throw, so he takes half damage. 13. Takes half damage from the gears. Cool. So as Ultras, you go ahead and just drop this guy to the ground below. You go ahead and see the hands like reaching up towards you as all of a sudden one of these like hands of the gears just like catches him and like crunches him into one of the other pieces. Ah! You watch him like pull his arm out before it can like thoroughly thrash him, but this guy is now on the ground prone, being like wrapped into his own clockwork chicanery. At the end of your turn, is that your movement? That's your bonus, and that's your action. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that's my turn.
Excellent. At the end of your turn, with a legendary action, you go ahead and watch the Gearmaster stare out at you with these bloody eyes filled with hate, and time seems like it slows to a crawl. Boop. And the Gearmaster reappears on the conveyor belt, prone, still bloodied, but seemingly recalibrated. They've gotten themselves out of the danger that they were once in. They take half their movement to stand upright. The conveyor belt drops them off on the other side. They're going to go ahead and Ultras, you going ahead and owning the shit out of them. They go ahead and they're going to put a hex on you. So you go ahead and watch this vile little gear master goes ahead and, like, the eyes, which have been black and obsidian this entire time, you see these little pinpricks of red start at the center and then spread outward in this pulse. And you go ahead and feel sluggishness in your arms, almost like your dexterity is being sapped away from you. So you have disadvantage on all of your dexterity checks as long as the hex remains in session. As an action, goes ahead and fires 2 shots, one at Ultras and one at Gryson. Both of those miss as this tiny little figure is standing.
Advantage against me.
It has advantage against you. Good to know.
Because reckless.
Makes
Good
all the
guy.
difference. Yeah, good guy for doing that. That was a 17 to hit. So you'll go ahead and take D10. You take 9 points of force damage as the sickly beam of this Eldritch Blast, bam, catches into your side. You feel this, like, forceful necrotic blast as, like, your armor is almost like it gets ripped off of your body, but you're still holding strong. I'm going to need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me to see if you hold your concentration. DC 10.
Sorry.
No, it's
Took
that.
advantage.
You take the first one, and that's 22. So you keep your concentration, no problem. For a moment, you think that your armor is going to get lifted away from you, but as you snap your head back in, the thunder is in your veins. Agenor, you're up. Actually, as I say that, the Gearmaster, seeing the shots hit you, Grayson, the Gear Knight is going to use a legendary action to make one attack with its spear towards you, Grayson. So that is an 8 plus 7 is 15.
Yep.
15 hits. So you go ahead, and as the spear darts down on you, you go ahead and take 8 points of piercing damage as the Gear Knight, wink, slips its head over towards you, and cha-cha! Like, very rapidly, you just see this cone of metal sink into your side and then pull itself right back out.
It's halved for 4.
Have for 4. Nice. That barbarian rage goes ahead and you expect to see the blood flow, but instead it's only a trickle. Agenor, you're up.
I am going to move. Oops. Right there. For
Awesome.
my movement. And then I'm going to use Word of Radiance.
Badass. Give me that click. 2 points, DC 13, as you go ahead and fire off on the Knight here. Knight gets a natural 1, so it goes ahead and takes those 2 points. But blam! The blow connects, and the Knight is bloodied again. You go ahead and see, again, these arcane sparks are now starting to pour out of its body. It's looking pretty darn beat up, all things considered. But you fire off your word and it connects. You have your bonus and any movement left over at this point.
Use my bonus. I'm going to use Healing Word
Mm-hmm.
on Ultras.
Ultras. So what is that healing word that you're breaking out here?
Quinya.
Quinya. Ultras, 7 points of healing surge into your body. You went from being on death's door, maybe like 10 seconds ago, to feeling in fighting form at this point. Despite the hex surrounding your body, like, you're ready. You can keep taking this. As Agenor's word fills your ears with the healing magic that you need to stay strong. All right. At the end of Agenor's turn, is that the end of your turn?
Yep.
It is going to use Shimmering Shield. The Gear Knight goes ahead, and this time the shield spinning in the opposite direction from it when it rewound the timeline. This time, tick, 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 the shield starts to spin faster and faster. As you see the Gear Master down below, suddenly surrounded by this rippling shield of purple energy. You see the Gear Master, who's got all this blood pouring out of the side of their face, goes, "Isn't going to be pointless, isn't going to be pointless, going to prove to you it wasn't pointless, going to prove to you all it wasn't pointless. Nothing you can do will stop us!" It is now the Gear Knight's turn. The Gear Knight goes ahead and takes an evaluation of the situation, and is actually, with its movement... Ooh.
What?
The Gear Knight has a speed of 50 feet, and so it is going to leap over to the adjoining platform, spin itself over, and stare at the group of you. So, Grayson, Ultras, and Agenor, all of you gets attack of opportunity. So go ahead and give me your standard melee weapon attack as you see the knight look at you and take this enormous leap down, and boom, land on the opposite side. You all see him taking this leap, and you shing, weapons come out, trying to take this easy shot while you still have the chance. 15 with the mace.
You say standard. I mean, do I get to use my abilities that were like queued up?
If you have your bonus action, let me double check the wording on that. I think it's on your if it's on your next weapon attack.
Yes, because it's a bonus action to activate it, and then it says
May cast
Thunderous Smite. Yep.
Smite with it. Okay,
Without
and so
using
let me double check the
spell
wording on that real quick. Thunderous Smite. Weapon rings. First time you hit with a melee weapon attack during the spell's duration. So yeah, that triggers it.
Okay.
Sick. So go ahead and give me that attack roll.
Oh, how do I get back to my...
Oh, you just go click core in the upper right corner. So you're on spells, you want to go back to core.
Yep, I'm looking for that. There it is.
I got you,
see
fam.
it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh.
What?
As so close. You go ahead and you catch it on the very edge of its foot, and the thunderous energy, it's about to release, but it's not a thick enough hit, and the thunder stays contained in your axe. Ultras, you get an attack of opportunity.
I'm at a disadvantage, right? So
No, you are not at disadvantage. That's only on ability checks that use dexterity.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Hex is kind of a weird one like that. Some warlock shit.
Oh yeah.
21 totally hits. Give me that damage. And Agenor, give me that damage. 4 points of bludgeoning damage, 3 points of bludgeoning damage. As the knight goes boom, boom, takes 2 hits right on its legs as it hoists itself up into the air, and ba-boom, comes down heavily on the opposite side. As it comes down, you see, Flardo, that the knight takes 1 step forward towards you. And it's going to bring down 2 separate attacks onto you, a shield slam and a spear. I'm going to guess a 26 hits you? Natural 19?
No, my armor class is actually 70, so...
And then I'm going to guess, damn, that's a second 19. So that's
oh my god.
two 19s. So what's that? Plus 7. So 26 and 26, I'm guessing both hit.
You'd guess correctly. Yes. Oh my god.
Okay. So I'm gonna roll these out in the open here, because this is some not baby bullshit damage here. So both
Yeah,
of those,
he's getting obliterated.
yeah, both
Oh my god.
7 piercing damage and 15 bludgeoning damage. You take 22 points of damage as boom, 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 this knight goes ahead and starts laying into you with just this series of hits. Are you still conscious after 22?
Hell no.
And with that, Flardo, you see your vision swim as these pounding hits go into you, and unconsciousness takes you.
Mother?
Shmeely, you are up. So you are hidden, carefully concealed behind the bush, but as you look around the corner, you see the knight make its leap and land like a sack of potatoes on top of Flardo, pounding down with these devastating hits.
Do I have LOS on the far guy?
Yes, you do. You have line of sight. On that guy? Yes, you do. But you're 75 feet away, and I'm going to say that he has half cover at this point. You know, he's way down there, so he's going to get a +2 to his AC. So
I'm gonna take a shot at him with my short bow.
take that shot. So you go ahead and look way, way back, and oh, hell yeah. Well, that was with your rapier, not your short bow, but we'll count it anyway.
Oh, no!
No, we'll count it. That was a 17. That's the roll that matters. So that's a +6 to it, 23. 23 hits. You go ahead and William Tell, fire this arrow up into the air, and it lobs. Woo! And it comes down on the head of this guy here. Even with the glimmering shield, which brought it all the way up to a 19 AC. The 23 still hits. Give me that damage. Give me an attack roll with a short bow, and then click on the damage for that short bow. So the attack roll won't matter, but the damage will.
Can it be a sneak attack?
I will say it's not a sneak attack because he's by himself, and you don't have advantage on it. So I will just make it a straight hit.
Okay. All right. So let me click the.
Yeah,
so
just click the
short bow.
Yep, click the short bow, and the attack roll won't matter. Definitely won't matter, and go ahead and just click on it for damage now. 5 points of piercing damage. The Gear Master, you go ahead and fire this, like, lob up into the air, and sink! It goes ahead and just lodges right into the guy's clavicle, like that soft spot, like right between like the bone and the neck. It just sinks in a good like 6 and just and this guy, he just, the spurt of blood is the only thing that you see out of it in his yell. This guy is looking really, really rough down there. As a legendary action, the gentleman stops time again ever so briefly, and then reappears immediately adjacent. The Gear Knight, looking down at the prone and unconscious body of Flardo, will go ahead and releases a magic resistant shield upon itself, making all magical strikes on it much harder to connect. Professor Gobsworth, you're up unless, Shmeely, you want to do anything with your bonus or your movement.
I'm definitely fucking rolling up on this night guy.
Oh, shit.
And taking a bite out of him.
Take a bite out of crime. Fuck yeah, give me that damage.
Damn. It's zoomed up.
22 to hit. Oh, shit. Okay. Give me that damage.
I'll bite your leg off.
7 points. Max damage on it. That teeth, like, tell me, Shmeely, do you like the taste of iron?
I like the taste of ass.
Well, you go ahead and you sink yourself into the soft brass booty of this Gear Knight, and it's like the soft metal and like good 4 inches of tooth, just hank, and you sink into this like shaking it back and forth, and you see the knight almost like staggered with how much you've got a grip on it. You release it ever so unwillingly, like taking a big like flap off of its bronze ass. The knight's looking real rough at this point.
That lizard will eat anything.
I'm sorry. I couldn't resist.
So with that, the knight is flustered and frustrated. It is going to use a legendary action to take a spear strike at you. So it rolls 15 plus 7. That's a 22.
It's me.
22. You see the Gear Knight spin right back over towards you, lifts the shields out of the way, and whoomp, the spear comes down on your head. You take 8 points of piercing damage as the spear wham catches you and almost brings you to your knees with the force of the impact.
That all you got?
The knight raises its head back skeptically and cocks another blow. Professor, it is now your turn.
I'm going to use my bonus action first to shoot the Metal Knight with Clyde.
Absolutely. You go ahead and... you see Clyde's head snap back, and give me that attack roll. 20 hits. Give me that damage. That arrowhead leaps forward, diving into the side of the beast here. And that is not spellcasting. That is just a straight damage attack. So it takes it. Tick, tick, tick. Just making sure that there's nothing there to mess with that. No, the knight goes ahead and takes 9 points of damage as this blast from Clyde goes ahead and an enormous pile of metal rips off of it. And what was like some arcane sparks from it. Make me an Arcana check. Nat 1, you know something's real weird about whatever these sparks are that are coming out of this knight. What exactly is weird about it, you have no idea. But yeah, it's definitely up to something here. All right, that was your bonus. You saw that. Now you've got your action and your movement.
I'm going to grab my mace and go whack.
Grab the mace and go whack. A 6, not quite. You go ahead and you try swinging the mace into him, and think you go ahead and catch like a reinforced part of the armor, and you have to like shake your arm off to kind of like get the recoil out. It hit, but it wasn't enough to go ahead and penetrate through. You just needed a little bit more behind it.
Am I flanking?
Indeed, you are flanking. Are you implying that to go ahead and get yourself advantage? Which you
I'm
do.
hoping so.
A 14 just hits. I think, given that you've got the rogue here, I'll double check the rules for that. But I'm cool with letting this one count. The 14 hits. Give me that damage. 1 bludgeoning damage. This time, at first you thought you were going to go ahead and swing it, and whack! You go ahead and I caught it. But really, it's more of like a paint scrape on it. You go ahead and kind of have like this really like sick divot that you leave behind. Yeah. Is that your turn?
Yep, that's it.
Grayson, baby, you're up. And actually, before you make your move here, the Gear Master for their turn, once again, is going to incorporeal dash. So up to, they move, actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, they'd move 25 on the conveyor, and up to 30, so pop! You go ahead and see the Master rematerialize very, very close to the knight, extends his hands out to both sides and says, "Get me out of here!" Grayson, you're up.
Gonna attack.
No, you get that attack. Two hands, axe, brings it down with a thunderous smite.
So my Storm Aura is now active on everybody around me.
Yes, indeed.
So 2 more points, or 2 points for the halfling dude. Jeez, names.
Flardo,
Flardo.
Schmeely, and the Professor, all of which gain 2 temporary hit points. I guess technically, Flardo, you're dangling on the edge of unconsciousness, so those don't affect you.
All right.
You feel a
also,
cool mist on top of your face if you could feel feelings.
Just a heads up. So the people who had 5+ was Altris, Grayson, and Schmeely, correct?
Yeah, I lost it right now though.
Oh, my
Okay. All right. Just making sure that we're accounting for it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Cool.
All right, Grayson, all you, baby. I'm assuming that's reckless. Oh, doesn't matter. Nat
No,
20. Oh
no.
no.
It's not reckless.
No, it doesn't matter. It's still a nat 20 on a freaking barbarian with rage. I think I know exactly how this is gonna go. Grayson with the thunderous smite. Grayson, give me that damage. Show me how this thing goes.
That shouldn't be advantage though.
It doesn't matter. It was still the first roll.
Okay.
The first roll was a nat 20
Oh, I meant the damage. I don't know why it rolled 2.
because you got a
Because it was
crit.
a crit.
Crit.
Crit, you get double the
Oh.
damage.
Double dice.
Yeah, and now that
Okay.
means that you get double the damage on your thunderous smite too.
Yeah, you fucking
And I
beast.
gotta do 2d6 for that. So do 4d6?
4d6.
Jesus.
Jesus Christ. So that is 17, 19, 27 points of damage. In the immortal words of Matt
And a
Mercer.
knockback.
And a knockback. Well, I think you get to go ahead. How do you want to do this?
I'm going to swing kind of underhand, but like that's like along the ground and come up right between his legs to knock him up and off the gear.
Shoryuken.
Oh,
Bam! And with this enormous resonant hit, dong, it sounds like a gong being rung as the knight is forcibly thrown into the air. You all stand back as you've delivered some pretty potent hits, but the knight is actually cast a good 10 feet up into the air until it falls 10, 20, 25 feet into the air and immediately fails its saving throw between the gears. The knight itself is crushed and ground into some kind of strange dust. You start to see these particles, almost like fairy fire, start to leap out from the ground shield, and you just start to see this arcane dust flicker everywhere. You see the Gearmaster reach out, no! With an absolute look of horror. As the Master now looks at all of you with absolute fear in his eyes. Grayson, is that your turn?
Yes. I can't do anything else.
I mean, for what it's worth, that was a good turn. Flardo, I'm gonna need you to make me a death saving throw.
oh, I'm sorry. Death saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I was successful my last one, so I'm not too scared of this one.
Succeed. That's a success. So that
Wants to live.
so you take that and you feel your lungs fill and then deflate. You still hear just the faintest noises of battle around you. You hear clanging. You hear this thunderous boom that almost like leaves your ears ringing, but you're still out. Ultras, you're up.
The hex doesn't affect my movement whatsoever, correct?
No, it only would affect a dexterity check. So if you did, for instance, an acrobatics check.
Gotcha. I'm gonna go over to Lardo, and I'm gonna pour my potion of healing down his throat.
Oh.
Excellent. So that's 2d4 plus 2. So either one of you give me that roll.
2d4 plus 2.
2d4
Yep.
plus 2, yep. 5 points of healing. So, Ultras, set me the scene here. As Flardo, you see just, the vacant expression in the eyes. How do you go ahead and get him back into fighting form?
I run over and I kneel down in cold stone face, not a single shred of emotion. I just pop a potion out, pull the cork, open his mouth, and just pour it down his throat.
And as the wounds knit them up from the inside, you feel this warmth. A little bit like the cinnamon that you smelled Shmeely pull out of his pocket earlier. Fill you from the inside. And Flardo, all of your saves are cleared, and you're back to 5 hit points. You're still prone, but you're alive.
Okay. Ultras. Fist of Fury and Fist of Friendship. You guys like that?
Just nods.
Friendship! What up? Get inspired.
Do you give him inspiration for that?
No.
I mean, I conditionally would have let that. That was pretty good.
I don't have any more bardic inspirations. I already used them all.
That was part of the reason why he died after I whipped him.
There you
Assumes,
go.
yeah.
Man,
Oh yeah, that
I'm gonna
genuinely
use my
was.
bonus. I'm gonna use my bonus. The rest of my movement. I think I have 10 feet to move. Right here.
And you do. You go ahead and see the Gear Master looking at you with just this intense look of fury, seeing you tend to the wounded Flardo. And as his Eldritch Blasts were both aimed at Flardo to try to get the shot before the opportunity closed itself, you see this look of abject fear. The Master takes 1 step back, 2 steps back, and starts to just, again, blood pouring from the side of his face. This was all pointless. This was all pointless. Does that mean that they were sent by him? I don't think they were sent by him. There's no way that they could have been there too weak. They aren't aware of what they're doing. Just interlopers trying to take my tea, take my books, take all the things I've earned, take all the things that I've earned, and it's not theirs to take! And instantaneously, he disappears. Agenor, you're up.
I mean, what can I do? I guess I could just heal the bard. I'm gonna use Cure Wounds on Flardo.
Excellent. 8 points of healing. Flardo, as you've gone ahead and had all of these wounds, like the big, like, leaping, like, gash that you took from the lance, the wounds knit themselves up as Agenor's healing presence flows into your body.
Ooh, shit. There's a little bit of healing potion left on my hand. I just kind of took a big line of it, and I was like, ooh, let's fucking go.
Indeed, you feel that rush. It goes straight to the noggin. And then Agenor and Shmeely, I would like both of you to make me perception checks. Oh, 20 perception, 15 perception. Agenor, with your keen elven ears, you realize that based on the footsteps that you're hearing, the Gear Master has not disappeared. He's just invisible, and he's somewhere over here. Shmeely, you get a quick sense from the way that Agenor's head flips over and your own 15. You have a vague sense of where the Gear Master is, but every turn that passes, it's going to be harder and harder to hit this guy. So you have the opportunity here to try to take the shot with disadvantage if you want to take it.
Let me see here.
You have a sense that the Gear Master is somewhere in this vicinity. So with that, if you take the shot with disadvantage and you go ahead and hit, it'll still count. If you want to let the guy make a bail for it, he can certainly do that too.
I'm gonna close my eyes and fucking shoot my fucking short bow. Just shooting with my ears here.
Hot damn. All right, you take the shot with disadvantage, but
Oh shit. Here, I rolled
Yep.
on and then.
roll one more. 9 doesn't connect.
Yeah.
You think that you have it. You let your ears guide you. You fire the shot. You open your eyes, and phew, you see the arrow whip past, colliding with the side of the wall. Professor, the initiative is kind of winding down here. Give me a perception roll. 10 perception. Ooh, this is going to be a really, really hard one. If you've got a ranged attack you want to use to try to spot him or anything along those lines, you've heard the noises, but he's just somewhere over here. This is going to be a hard shot for you to connect with.
Well, it sounds like we need to make an explosion. I have a thing for explosions now. And I point my wand of pyrotechnics in his general vicinity and let loose the firework.
Oh, excellent. You go ahead and do precisely that. Let me double check the phrasing on that. You fire off the wand of pyrotechnics, and so it instantaneously gives it creates the boom of thunder. It's within 60 feet of you, and it's momentary. So what I'm going to say is that the next roll, because of this ba-boom, this sudden burst of fireworks, you see this figure illuminated ever so briefly in silhouette as this flame and flickering sparks outline him. Grayson, you've got advantage on your next hit, so with disadvantage, that just cancels it out. So it's going to be a straight hit with your ranged attack.
So the javelin is 30 yards. Yeah.
The javelin is 30 yards. However, it has
30 feet.
It's 30 feet. However, it's got a second number next to it. Correct?
Yeah, it says 30/120.
30/120. So the 30 is without disadvantage. The 120 is with disadvantage. But with the pyrotechnics, you have advantage. So you now have advantage and disadvantage. Cancel each other out. Straight roll.
Okay.
Taking the shot. 13. The 13 with that, no, does not actually. You throw the javelin. Ooh, wait, actually, let me double check. Real dad. No, actually, I stand corrected. The condition that gave it 15 is gone. The 13 connects. Give me the damage roll. You might be real lucky here. To rage 6 piercing. Grayson, how do you want to do this?
Ooh, shit.
This javelin is just gonna go right between the eyes, right in the forehead. Knock out those pull those black eyes apart from each other.
And with this sickening thud, you go ahead and hear the sound of the Gearmaster being slammed into the side wall. And like a shish kebab or like a half-price donair, you go ahead and see the Gearmaster pierced onto the wall. The Gear Knight slain, the Gearmaster immobilized and making death saving throws. And with that, the grinding, shrieking horror of this library starts to grind to a halt. And ever so quietly, you hear the Gearmaster's words come out and say, "No, it wasn't all for nothing. I had fun." And the eyes go, this time, white and glassy instead of black and reflective. And the Gearmaster, while not dead, goes unconscious. Surprisingly surviving even with the javelin sticking right through his forehead. Apparently a thick noggin. And with that, the turn order is broken, and the library is now starting to rumble even more dramatically. As you look, the rotating segments of the gears are starting to slip and slide and start to collapse. You see this bookshelf that had held all of the pieces there start to crumple down and start to fall down onto themselves. You're starting to see the bigger pieces of the gear slipping away and, in fact, crumble down entirely. It seems like the library is starting to collapse. It would be probably very advantageous for everyone if you all got the hell out of there.
Can I suggest to Ultras to make maybe one last. I don't know if it's in range. One last water whip and bring the librarian with us.
It'll do a lot of damage. Probably kill him.
Yeah. Well, he's
Sure.
already unconscious, right? Can you kill him like that?
Indeed, any attacks done to somebody unconscious, like a melee attack, it auto crits.
Okay.
So
Can I
I'm
get
also,
unprone?
I'm also out of key for the day, so I cannot use the ability. I
How
require
do
mid.
we? Which direction do we go? South.
Indeed, the only way,
Stairs?
the only way to get yourself out of here would be to the southeast from whence you came. Oh yeah, actually no, those stairs there are the perfect way to get out. I stand corrected. I forgot that was underneath there. So as you go ahead and take the group, are you going to leave the Gearmaster there?
If I could get him if I could grab him, I would love to grab him.
You'd love to grab him? Absolutely can try to do that. It's going to be a strength check, and you will lose half of your movement for it. But it's definitely doable. If somebody wants to help you, I think that you'd get advantage on that check.
Getting,
One
giving him
strong
guidance.
guys.
I'll help.
Well, I don't think I'm proficient in strength. If you want to get the barbarian to grab him.
All right.
Is it just free movement at this point?
Yes, it is free movement at this point. Although, as you say this again, more pieces of the library are starting to collapse. You're starting to hear gears not ticking anymore, but just grinding onto each other. The sound of metal on metal.
All right. Can I give him master of tactics along with his guidance?
Yes, indeed, you can.
All right. Well, you got master of guidance there, buddy, so you could do advantage roll.
Advantage
You got guidance.
with that guidance. So go ahead and give me that advantage d20, and then give me the extra d4.
Just on a strength check or?
Athletics. With a 12. Ooh, but add that d4 to it.
Yep.
Oh, you're in luck.
Nice.
Yeah, guy wasn't that heavy.
Nice.
You go ahead and he's maybe a little bit more of a reader than you thought, so he's got kind of that been sitting on the chair punch on him. Doesn't matter. You go ahead and hoist him over your shoulders, and you start bear running this guy out towards the stairs. You are going to have to make one more athletics check to go ahead and clear that distance between it. This one, you will not have the guidance for. Oh no, it's got to be touch. Won't have guidance for
Touch,
this one.
yep.
I will also make sure I grab my spear when I do that.
Absolutely, you can go ahead and you extract the javelin from the forehead of this individual. Little squirt of blood comes out.
Nice.
A little fart of blood.
Give me one more athletics roll. This one's just a straight roll. 22. Doesn't even matter. You go ahead and take this titanic leap. Wah, bam, and land on the other side again with this guy just kind of like a sack of potatoes over your shoulder. As all of you sit here, you see this spiral staircase that seems to lead down almost like a screw, further and further into the guts of what used to be the library. Is this where all of you are going to be headed?
Yeah.
Yep.
This is the safest bet.
Absolutely. I'm going to need everyone to make one final it's going to be a saving throw in whatever your highest ability modifier is. So if it's charisma is your highest, like a +3 or +4, roll charisma. If it's intelligence, give me intelligence. If it's strength, roll me strength. Whatever your highest save is, give me that save.
Ooh, damn, nat one. It's all good, man.
Grayson, as you go ahead and take this absolutely massive leap, you notice that the fairy fire that was coming out of the night seems to coalesce around you ever so briefly. It's this kind of bright, luminescent dust, and as you're kind of like trying to rub it off of your body, you aren't able to shake it off like dust. And in fact, you notice it rest on your skin and your arm for a moment, and then it fades. You make it to the other side, no other apparent ill effects. Is everyone going to make their way out of the library?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent.
Tipping out.
Ultras, your hex fades, so you get it. Everybody give me one last dexterity saving throw, and this is to go ahead and get yourselves out of the library. See, save, fail, said, yeah, that's it. And as a group, the whole team runs as quickly as they can, going down the spiral. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. And with that, you all reemerge into the chaotic light of midday as the Wandering Library of Underhill, cast to pieces and parts, collapses, falls, and thousands of books pour like a busted pinata out into the ground.
Oh my goodness. Did we defeat it?
We did.
With a titanic shattering of stained glass, you all feel this sudden outrush of wind as just pages and pages and pages and pulp and all of this just flies out as all of the contents, like a bag of holding being split, spread out over and over and over and over and over. There are just books and books and books and books and books and books and books. It is just like a cavalcade of tomes. And as these thousands of books flow out into the surrounding countryside, you notice that it is only books that seem to have made their way out. There are no individuals from the romance section, no other individuals, nobody with the exception of the party, and the gear master that seem to have escaped the library. One of the legs kind of collapses down next to you, is sort of holding itself astride, and all of you find yourselves amidst this enormous pile of rubble, pulp, and devastation. Congratulations. You've escaped the Wandering Library of Underhill.
Oh.
Can we do a loot check here?
Absolutely.
Gonna level up.
Yeah, so as all of you go ahead and feel that rush of air, the break of sunlight on your skin, and this background, sort of this soft rustling noise of all of these pages, thoroughly disenchanted, everybody go ahead and make me some investigation checks here. 19, 16, nat 20, 15, 21, 17. Shit. That is actually... Those are the best rolls I've seen come out of this in any way, shape, or form. In fact, those are so good here. How am I going to roll this? In fact, those rolls are so good here, and dice say yes. I'm going to go ahead. This is so good that I'm actually going to pull out a magic items table here, and that's how we're going to go ahead and resolve this thing.
Those were some good fucking rolls.
Those are-
Well deserved, man. Dice don't.
Awesome, awesome. And as all of you feel this confidence flowing into you, you actually feel the prowess behind your martial, arcane, divine powers rising in intensity, and you all hit level 4.
Nice.
Oh.
Congratulations.
What do we have to like click? To like make our stats, or not our stats, but like our spell levels and everything.
So to get yourself the benefits of your level up, and I think our next session is going to be a little staggered, so like we'll go over like the upgrades that you get along with it and like all of that good stuff, but you go back to the character mancer on your character sheet where you have your little gear set up. So you go
Okay.
ahead and pull that one up, and then at the bottom of that right-hand column where you got to the Charactermancer, you want to do Launch Level Plus Charactermancer. And that'll take you through all of the steps. I think at level 4, everybody gets an ability score increase. So you have the option of either putting up to 2 points into any one skill, 1 point into any 2 skills, or you can take a feat if you are somebody who has a sense of those.
See where to do the character mancer again.
I see the gear icon that you can click, and I can change my level to 4, but it doesn't take me through the character.
Got it. What you do with that is you click the gear icon, and then it should be 1, 2, 3, like super techie looking columns. And then you go ahead and at the bottom of the third column, you'll see the level plus Charactermancer.
I'm not sure if I'm clicking on the right gear. I'm on the character sheet. Is that correct?
You see, you're on core right now, so what you want to do is click that gear that I just flipped
Oh,
over
I
to.
see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it goes
You
core,
wanna go-
bio, spells, and then the gear in the upper right.
And it's the launch level plus character mancer.
Yep, exactly.
I got it too.
Perfect,
Launch
perfect.
level 1, launch level plus character mancer.
So for your hit die, you can either take the average, or you can go ahead and give yourself a roll if you're feeling spicy. If you don't like it, I can go ahead and re-roll it for you, or you can take the average. But you got to pick one or the other.
So
It's
just
not.
push roll. I can push roll.
You can push roll to do your roll, or you can go ahead and take the average of that. So if it's like a D8, it would be like a 5. If it was a D6, it would be a 4.
Oh my god, my roll. But I got lucky though. I get lucky. That doesn't count for this.
Not for that one, but I will. You can have me roll, and I will go ahead and give you that roll instead. Yeah, I imagine Grayson, you two may want to take me up on that.
Oh, we're supposed to roll for HP?
Yeah, I'm not
If you
sure
want,
Yeah,
you don't have to.
either that or the average. All depends on how lucky you're feeling.
So I clicked roll, but it hasn't gone through.
Yeah, it's just going to show up in the chart.
So what do you want me to do for that then?
So Grayson, if you roll, did you want to take the average or, well, you rolled. So for the roll,
I wanted to take the average, but it didn't seem to do anything. So.
well, that would do it then. So you can go ahead and take the 7 as your average. Alternately, I would go ahead and do my roll back against that. Blardo?
Yeah.
Roll, you're a D8, right?
D8.
Only 2. That sucks. I'm sorry. But,
Oh, one more. That's not bad.
yeah, no, you get 2 plus your Constitution modifier. So if you've got, like, a +1 to your Constitution, you actually get a 3 extra HP.
No, I got 0. But it's okay.
What do you mean you got 0? Oh, 0 Constitution,
Constitution?
modifier.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
It's
Okay.
all good though.
We're doing this for HP. Okay.
Yeah, so you can either take that 4, or I can go ahead and give you a roll and you'll take that.
I'll take another roll if you're gonna give it to me.
So
Aren't you glad you did it? Now you get 6.
Okay.
What is
cool.
it?
So
What
just
is it
up it
built
to 6?
for?
Yes, so you go ahead and get 6 plus your Constitution modifier. So if you've got Constitution +1, you get 7. And that gets added to your maximum HP. Ultras, you were saying, what'd you say?
Ability score increase level 4. What does that mean?
Ability score when you go further into the Mancer, so you know your 6 main stats: Strength, Dexterity, Constitution, Intelligence, Wisdom, Charisma.
That's all that is. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
So what that would be is with a +2, you can get a +1 into one of your modifiers. So like for you, you could go ahead and take your Dexterity up to the next level. So you, instead of like a +6 on your attacks, you get a +7.
Gotcha.
So for like Monk, like Dexterity is big, but you also get Wisdom for your spell casting. Like Strength is best for Barbarian, but you also get like Constitution for hit points and stuff. It depends on your character, but you can decide where you want to put those points.
So I clicked plus to the subclass features. I don't feel as though I shouldn't have done that.
Plus to the subclass features. I don't know how you manage that.
Yeah, I had to level up
And
my subclass.
now it says 2 of 4, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do with it. I broke it.
2 of 4 subclass features. Oh, that would be if you were trying to multi-class. So you just go and hit the next button. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to do that though.
Yeah.
Can I
Don't. Yeah, you don't have to.
okay.
Yeah, you just
Don't
click
worry
next
about
now. Yeah. Don't
There's
worry about
nothing
any of the plus
there.
minus stuff next to that. So just click
So-
next.
So
Wow,
I
you're getting
have
a lot of hit.
one additional point that I can add now, or 2.
You get 2 additional points, so you can go ahead and put that into 2 points into one category or 1 point into 2 categories. You get the modifiers on even numbers, though. So like a 12, 14, 16, 18, and 20. Those are your plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
How do you add feats?
Tell me which feat you want to do, and then we'll take care of that.
Gotcha. I think I already let you know on that one.
That's what I figured. So yeah, we got you for that. That's Warcaster, right?
Spell Sniper.
Spell Sniper. There we go. Not Warcaster.
I'm gonna look at the feats, but I don't see where they are.
Feats. I would say that for where you're at, probably best just to stick with like a stat increase for now. Feats are a little. The feats are a little fidgety. But I can show them to you on your compendium.
Understood. No worries.
5, 8. All right. And so I am going to need everybody to roll me a D100.
Damn.
Death rolls, baby. Death rolls. But they ain't death
Oh,
rolls.
ho,
They're
ho,
for your
ho.
loot.
Damn you, Ultras.
All right.
I
Go ahead.
can't click apply changes on the character mancer.
Let me check real quick.
What levels? Because the character master didn't say anything either, Agnet, about the my way of the 4 elements. Is that like a separate subclass tree?
Wave your 4 elements. I think that the only thing you get at level 4 is the ability score increase. But I'll double check that.
Okay.
Just send me a message and ask me to double check that, because that's don't
Yep.
want anything to fall between there. I don't know. I think what's happened here is that it got confused.
I clicked the plus.
Yeah, I got confused then. So that ability score increase, and then it was strength and constitution were you two?
Yep, 1 strength, 1 constitution. Yep.
Perf. Chris. Okay, you should be able to apply now. See the apply changes?
It's still grayed out. I can't do it.
Gotcha, fam.
Alright.
Cool. And you're back through?
No, it's still on that page.
Seriously, damn. We're right at the end of the session, so
Yeah,
let's just go ahead and stop it for here then. And anytime you want, we can go ahead and.
I'll just
double-check on that.
cancel it for now and see.
Yeah,
discard
I
everything,
wanted
so-
to wait to see what spells I actually wanted. I wanted to read through all.
Oh yeah. You've got spells you've got to add and stuff too. So like, no rush here if you don't want to level up. We're already pushing way into Rag's bonus time here. So thank you for sticking around, Rag. So let's get you all some dope loot. So Ultras, we'll start with you because you're the last one on my sheet that I see here. As you are digging around in the like fractured chunks of ridiculousness around here, Ultras, you find a jug of some unknown manner that seems to slosh as you shake it around. So put on your inventory, put 84 period and jug. And once we get a chance to identify these items here, you'll get a chance to figure it all out. But I just want to make sure.
I put in my inventory 84 period jug. Is there a weight to it?
There is, Ben. We will go ahead and figure that out momentarily because y'all rolled so well. We're going straight to the magic item table. Professor Gobsworth, as you're digging around, you find under a stack of like blasted and broken books, you find a potion of cold resistance. Gryson, as you're digging around, you go ahead and find a filter that's Philter with a little note written around the top in Gnomish. So for you, go ahead and put down 82 period filter, and that's PHILTER. Let's see here. I've never even heard of that one. What the hell? Huh. All right. That's wacky. 68. Flardo, you go ahead and as you're digging around, you happen to find a teeny little bronze lockbox. And as you open it up, it doesn't have a key or anything of the sort. You look inside, and there seems to be some kind of like a salve or a balm inside. It smells really fresh, like the best like Vicks Vapor Rub you could ever possibly imagine.
Smells amazing.
So go ahead and put 68 salve.
68?
Yeah, 68 period salve. Just so I can go ahead and reference this so I can get you like the proper item with all the trimmings on it.
Oh, okay. In my inventory, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I'm still in the character mancer. Am I allowed to
Oh yeah, just
exit?
just click cancel and discard. So cancel in the upper right corner and then discard for the pop-up.
Cool.
Shmili, as you're digging around, you happen to find a gem. And inside of this gem, you see what looks like a tiny, tiny, like little like tempest or a tornado. This little swirl of particles on the inside. So you can go ahead and put down 81 period gem. It's a beautiful gem. It seems like it's got like these green tones to it. It's got like this constant like sense of motion within it. Really pretty beautiful.
Fucking awesome.
And then Agenor, you yourself also go ahead and go root digging through, and pop, as you go ahead and dig it out, you happen to find a potion that happens to have the inscriptions of several different types of animals on it. So you go ahead and see like a four-legged like quadruped. You go ahead and see like, sort of like this fat like, bird-like thing on two legs. You also see a humanoid, and it's the humanoid it's crossed out on the label for it. So you go ahead and gain 36 period animal potion.
Somebody had a failed test.
All right. Did everybody go ahead and manage to come out with some loot on it?
Yes.
Excellent. Go ahead and roll me a one more D100.
Each?
Yes. Everybody. As you go furiously rooting through the pieces of the library, you also happen to find the unconscious Gearmaster's personal stock of gold, which has now been, of course, scattered to the four winds. The dude was doing pretty well for himself, and enough that he was able to build a gigantic wandering library, fill it with thousands of books, and then pretty much do whatever he wanted to afterwards. And you all happen to find 100 gold plus whatever your D100 roll was.
Ooh.
Lame.
So, Flardo, you go ahead and find 178. Shmeely, you find 144. Professor Gobsworth, 124. Agenor, 105. Gryson, 111. And Ultras, 188, in addition to whatever else you've got.
11. Pshaw.
And in the final moments of you exploring, searching, and digging through the remnants of the library, you hear the Gearmaster slowly start to stir. And looking up at you, Flardo, and
Yes.
then over at you, Agenor. To you, Flardo, he says, "Why didn't you let me die?"
There is life after death. After death, after death, after death.
No, there is no life after death. Not with my life. Not with the choices that I've made. You, and he goes ahead and points a finger directly at Agenor. You're the thief. You understand the most. Why don't you tell them what you have in your pockets? And that's where we're going to end our session for tonight.
What? No. Well,
Wait, no.
just let one more dialogue sentence at
Uh,
least.
what is your dialogue sentence?
I don't know. It's not me.
I just want to make sure to pick up some books before we leave.
Get your ass out of here. If I smell that library book, I'm gonna kill myself, dude. I'm
Hey,
getting PTSD from that library.
There was a guy that was paying Steve to destroy the library. We destroyed the library. Let's have some evidence of it.
Damn.
Like the
I
way
think,
that
I
you
think
write
it's a
it.
good ending. That's a good ending.
That's a
Yeah,
great
go ahead,
ending.
guys.
Nicely done, Agnate.
Woo! No, nicely done.
Hell
To,
yeah.
nicely done to all of you. So, how did you like fighting my unicorn?
Yeah, I
Oh.
saw that. The fucking shield. It says put it on by unicorn. I was like, wait,
Oh,
what?
god damn it, really? Ah.
Yeah, it did say.
Fuck, I thought I caught all of those. Oh well. I tried. Well, yeah, it was,
That thing was scary as hell, dude.
No,
Yeah,
you did
man.
good. Shimmering shield. The target gains a +2 bonus AC until the end of the unicorn's next turn. I was
Oh,
like, that's
dirty
a fucking
fucking
unicorn.
bastard. Yeah. Damn it. I thought I fixed all of those.
Nah,
there you
that's
go.
cool. You're just there
there you go. So again, like, if y'all don't know what it is that you're fighting, none of us have to worry about metagaming because it's just like, oh, I know unicorn's got immunity to blah blah blah. It's like, nope. It's a Gear Knight. Go ahead and add +2 because it's got to its AC because it's got a shield, and all the rest of that is pretty much stock.
Nice.
Dude, fucking. All right, so when can we play again, guys? Or how much time do you need, Agnate?
Well.